That hold music has like a very vague Linkin Park "What I've Done" tune to it.
It
It's like,
does.
I'm just waiting for like the beat to drop, and it just didn't. It just didn't. But we dropped, and we're here, and we're live. Guess what? We're freaking live here on
Ah,
on all of our streaming platforms. Welcome back for another thrilling episode of Two Mics, Two Furious Animated Transformers. Normally, we're a podcast where we talk about Transformers animated from two different points of view. My name is Mike Seibert, and I've never watched Transformers animated before. And generally joining me on that spiritual guide is my Spark Soul brother. It's Mikel Andrews.
yes. Hello, Mikey. It's been an eternity, it feels like, since I've seen you last.
It has been because like
I mean,
this is
relatively, right?
well, this is going to wreck your mind because it's been a month since we put out our episodes on Megatron Rising, the thrilling two-parter to close out season 1 of Transformers Animated, which means it's been longer than that since we recorded last. Like it has been, oh gosh, probably if I looked at a calendar, coming up on a month and a half since we recorded last.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's been a
Yeah.
it's been a white hot minute since
Yeah, and
since
if
we've done this. So
if I'm not mistaken, it's been 1 week since you looked at me, cocked your head to the side, and said I'm angry. So
God
who
damn
knows?
it. It's gonna be one of these. It's gonna be
One of
one of these.
those.
Well, as I said at the top, normally what we do is we talk about an episode of Transformers Animated from two different points of view. We ain't doing that tonight because tonight is a very special evening, and we already see that the chat is hopping. We'll get to all of our friends that have elected to join us. We are gathered here for a very special occasion. It's Sari Sumdac's birthday. No, wait a
Yes.
sec. I mean, yes. Actually, I think we determined that Sari's birthday is approximately around the same time as the Mikel Andrews birthday because we know it's after Halloween, but
Yes.
yeah, so we just kind of decided canonically within the Two Mics Two Furious universe that they're at the same time, and that's why we are here. Which means, if you can read a calendar, that means it is indeed Mikel Andrews' birthday. Happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have my t-shirt that my friend made me, the Young Michael's Not 30th Birthday t-shirt. So just committing to, I want to show what age I am, not 30. So
Well, and not for nothing, not to put you on blast. Not only is it not 30, but it is a very special landmark birthday for you, which I did not realize until I messaged you this morning. And I told myself last year, I was like, oh, that means it's this year, which means next year I'm gonna have to remember because that's when the date on the milk carton says expired, expired, and it's like sour milk. Pull it off the shelf because you just reached your pull date, my friend. Welcome
echoing.
to the club.
Yeah, that's echoing forever in my mind now. Yeah. Yep.
Expired.
Four decades on here.
Wow.
Been a real one. Been a real four.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. And let's before we kind of get into some of the madness that's going to be happening tonight, let's take a look and see what's going on in the chat. Abbers says hello.
Hi.
Alpha Magnus wants to stick the cube in my chest. Alpha Magnus, by the way, just recently got to hang out with Cybertronic Spree as he is wont to do in his I don't remember the name of the character, but it's the McDonald's fry guy. Excellent cosplay. I was kind of bummed I didn't get to see a reprise of Macho Magnus, but I know that as a cosplayer you got to do different things to keep yourself excited. But Matthew Barbario is also joining us in the chat. Greetings and happy birthday,
Yes.
Michael.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Barbarino, as I keep calling you.
yes.
It won't stop. I know how to pronounce it. I won't stop.
It's the Fry Force, apparently, according to the Alpha Magnus, which but anyway, check out Alpha Magnus's socials for some of those awesome picks. So kind of what we're going to do tonight, this is going to be very casual. We got some stuff that, we could talk about. I had initially pitched this to Mikel Andrews as kind of like a capstone of season 1 of Transformers Animated before we kind of jump right back into for season 2. And that sounded fun. But then once I casually floated the idea of like, well, maybe we do it as like a birthday bash live stream, then things started really,
Then I
really
got on
humming
board. Make it
along.
about me a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're doing this because this was the version of it that you wanted to do and thought would be the most fun. And I'm inclined to agree because while I do a lot of podcasting on my own through Mike Seibert Radio, it's this stuff that I live for. I love doing these live streams. It's the closest I feel to doing live radio that I used to do like years and years ago. It's just so fun. It's gonna get buck wild.
It's where you live, right? I mean, this is your roots.
Yes, absolutely. So a couple things we're going to do. We're just going to kind of do some catch up, grab ass, kind of talk about the Halloweens, the holidays, the Mikel Andrews birthday, and then we'll do some season 1 capstone as well. Get into the always popular mailbag and share some listener feedback because we got some really good comments on our last 2 episodes of season 1 as well. And outside of that, it's going to be kind of driven by y'all. So our friends hanging out in the chat, chats I'm sure going to be popping and lively. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, things that you want us to specifically address or talk about, raise your voice. Don't be shy. Speaking of raising your voice, if you're not of the camera shy variety, I'm sure we could take on some hop-ons as well if folks want to actually join us here on the stream.
Please. That'd be awesome.
I was just in the Autopod Decepticast Discord a little bit ago, and folks were talking about maybe jumping on either in the chat or on the live stream as well. So we'll see how that goes. But what I am going to do for now is I am going to put the streaming invite link in the chat. So if you are an error occurred, wait a moment and then try again. Why would I do that? Okay, so let me try this again. Facebook. Is that going to work? Spinning.
We are so live. We couldn't be more.
Yeah. Could not. Literally could not. Would not. Could not. Let's see. Okay, so no, it does not let me post it in the chat for YouTube. I don't know why. So if you want to join us, there's a StreamYard link on the 2 Mikes 2 Furious Facebook page. I don't know why it's not loading on the YouTube page, but I will continue going throughout, or just message me somewhere. I've got like all of the socials up. But anyway, if you want to join us on camera, go ahead and smash that link and we'll get you into the show. We'll just kind of go from there.
Trial by Stone. Track down the link to get on here. It's a test. It's a test. We wanted it to happen this way.
Absolutely. And I should note that this is streaming on all of the 2 Mikes 2 Furious channels as well. So if you're hanging out with us on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube and you want to share it with the world, because all of those channels are still relatively small, don't be shy. Please feel free and do so. Much like every other episode we've ever done, I seem to talk a lot. So I'm gonna just shut the hell up for a second and say, hey, Mikel Andrews, it's a little segment we like to call, what have you been up to?
What have I been up to?
Yeah.
Not much. Mike, you? No.
Son of a bitch.
Set him up for that.
Well, it started back in mid-October.
Yeah.
I pulled up to a 4-way stop and I was the first one in the intersection, I assure you. And I decided it was my turn to go. It was my turn to go. The guy in the next lane decided it was his turn to go too. And that's That's how I end up with a taco for a passenger side door.
man.
But
Yeah.
that's not what you're asking at all.
No, but we were both in this situation, similarly very close to each other. Well, you got, I believe, T-boned is the term, and I
Correct.
got whatever bone is behind you. You know what? Let's not go there. I got rear-ended. So
Bone.
I got just regular boned, I guess.
Yeah, suddenly we're a Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and it's just like, yeah, Captain Holt, bone.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
We both got hit by cars in our respective
Got
vehicles, very relative of each other. And other than that, though, I've took the last week and a half off work just for living it up 40 style. And yeah, I've been relaxing, catching up on shows, getting my drink on, eating chicken wings, all that good stuff. Just the stuff worth living for.
Absolutely. So, when we had talked about teasing what this episode might be or what this stream might be. Abers, by the way, great reference. I'm assuming that's in reference to my Raymond Holt, but perhaps not. But anyway, I when I had teased the audience about what we were going to do, it was like, well, Halloween's coming, but also Mikel Andrews' birthday is coming up as well. And we weren't sure exactly the timing at that point when we teased this, when we recorded at the end of September. Again, that just feels like an eternity ago. But we know that Halloween is a very special occasion for the Mikel Andrews folks. So if you wouldn't mind, regale us a tale of Hallows Eve and some of your festivities.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we didn't get any trick-or-treaters. I think that's the big question everybody asks each other. But did you get any, just to break in here?
You know what? I was going to say I had the polar opposite. So we moved to our current house during COVID. So no trick-or-treaters. Last year, 2 trick-or-treaters, and one of them was like the neighborhood kids. And the year before that, no trick-or-treaters. This year, I don't know what this says about our society or where my wife and I happen to live, but we got 42 trick-or-treaters. Fortunately, we bought 2 boxes of full-size bars, and when I became an adult and a homeowner, I wanted nothing more than to give out full-size candies to trick-or-treaters that came to my house. That just felt like a very adult Mike paying it forward to young Mike, that kind of thing. And I wasn't home for it. My wife told me later, but there were a couple younger kids. They were elementary school age, so very age appropriate. And they're like, they see the bowl of the full-size bars, they make their selections, they're very excited, and they're like, yeah, man, we came back because we remembered you had full-size bars from when we came by last year. And that just made me very, very happy. So it's like the thing I've always wanted and more with like the repeat customers. So awesome. I didn't suffer no vandalization, no egging, no TPing or anything like that. So Halloween was a fun one at the Cybert compound. I didn't get into the festivities until later because my work schedule, actually, I'm off work right about now. This is usually right about the time I'm heading home. So by the time I got home, and obviously this was before the time change, Halloween is more or less over, but I managed to catch some of the kiddos before, and nobody had any idea what my costume was. I for the second year in a row, I dressed up as the space captain. I did up my hair, sprayed in some silver, and again took on the mantle of Captain Christopher Pike, the second commander of the Starship Enterprise, the guy who was the captain before Kirk. Nobody in my office knew that. I roll in. I had somebody roll up to me and say, "Oh, Colonel Mustard." because I had a yellow sweater on. And I almost never wear yellow. That's more of a Mikel Andrews color than a Mike Seibert color.
He's right.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, so Colonel Mustard, and I turn around and then they see my Starfleet badge and it's like, oh, Captain Kirk. I'm like, close enough. It's fine. Had one of the folks come up to my desk, looked at me and like looked at my Starfleet badge. You know, it's a very distinctive symbol, you know, that Delta symbol, points at it and says, is that a Star War? And my boss turns around.
Yes.
And that's what my boss did. He's like, yes, Dave, that's exactly what it is. It's a Star War. And I'm just like, okay. He came back like an hour later. He's like, I knew that was a Star Trek. I was just messing with you. My boss, again, sitting back. No, you weren't. You didn't know. So, but anyway, that's how I spent Halloween at work. And then, yeah, I got, I don't know, maybe another like 45 minutes of trick-or-treaters by the time I got home. And yeah, we burnt through all of our candy, which is delightful. So I had a really good and productive Halloween.
Awesome.
So let's see. So I see that
I was getting a little mouthy in the chat there.
I was gonna say that you guys are getting all
how many trick-or-treaters you had. 42. So the answer is 42.
Yeah. So Matt asked in the chat, you say you ate chicken wings, but what about pizzas? You have had to have had some pizzas. And I saw that you were answering in the chat, but it's nobody listening to a podcast can hear the chat or see the chat.
Right.
But anyway, so what's the pizza situation?
Yeah, so dual questions here. Yeah, pizza, I've been all over it. You know, and I'm no pizza snob, believe it or not. I like frozen pizzas. I like Domino's pizza. I like any kind of pizza you can get delivered. So Casey's Pizza, is Casey's Pizza like a thing for everybody? Like the gas station pizza?
I literally don't know what that is.
Really?
I've never
sound
heard
off in the chat if you guys have Casey's Pizza, because that might be a super regional thing. But there's like 2 in every small town here in Minnesota, and they have like sleeper best pizza. Super, super good. You can get a breakfast pizza there anytime. Doesn't have to be the daytime. Anytime you want.
Anytime.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been having a lot of pizza, too much pizza, more than the recommended daily allowance of pizza. And my Halloween, to go back to that, very good Halloween. Didn't do too much, just watch scary movies. I always watch Trick or Treat, the movie Trick or Treat, the Mike Doherty film from, I don't know, 2006, something like that. People like Trick or Treat. Anybody ever watch that movie? It's like Traffic, but for monsters.
Good Lord. 2007, by the way.
2007. Yes. Thank you. I watched that since 2007, I watched that every Halloween. That's my tradition. Nice. And of course, if we're talking about Transformers animated, of course, I watched Along Came a Spider. That is standard Halloween fare in my household.
Is it still problematic? Do you still have the same issues with it? Or were you able to cleanse yourself of the taint that we talked about?
This is the first year I was like, no, I'm just kidding. I still love it. I still love it a lot. It invokes that like Halloween vibe. Even the movie Halloween, like the original horror film Halloween, even though it gets scary and turns bad, the start of that movie is just so like wholesome Halloween. Like I don't think any movie captures that better, that like small town Halloween vibe. And I get that a lot from Along Came a Spider.
Absolutely. Yeah. Despite the problematic natures of it, which we'll talk about a little bit later when we talk about some of our favorite bits from season 1 there. Absolutely. So you had also mentioned, Mikel Andrews, that actually this is well documented in the canon of our podcast, that we're both birthday divas of a sort. I got to talk pretty extensively about my birthday shenanigans and how I found a tiger striped Grimlock out at the Walmart and all that other fun stuff. That figure is so fun. it's I mean, he's just so loud and obnoxious and
Yeah.
loud.
Well, if I can
But
interject, you went pretty whole hog for your birthday, looking for Transformers and searching for Transformers,
oh
and
yeah.
then you couldn't shut it off. You couldn't pull that lever to end it. You just kept going. The hunt kept going more and more. You got into Ross,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you bought stock in the store. You might be CEO of it now.
I think so. So actually, I was going to ask you about your birthday month, your birthday week, all the cool stuff you did over the weekend and all the shenanigans. But yeah, let's talk about Ross for a few because you brought it up. So yeah, so I have been afflicted with bargain toy hunting. Now, I'm in a number of different toy communities on Facebook and Twitter and things like that. So I might start saying things in shorthand. So if anybody doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, just say like I don't know what you're talking about, so I can clarify. But there's a number of discount outlet stores. It's like Big Lots or Ollie's, which I don't have Ollie's anywhere near me. In fact, when um GI Joe classified series figures started showing up at Ollie's, I tried to figure out where the closest one is, and the closest one to me is Lexington, Kentucky. So that tells you how not close Ollie's are to me in Seattle. But people are getting like Crimson Guards by like the case. People are posting haul pics of like 20 Crimson Guard figures that they got for like $5 a whack. And it's obviously the requisite like unwanted Snake Eyes movies figures that are in there, as well as a bunch of like Lady J's and stuff. And I don't know why people are passing on that Lady J figure, because I think she's a really great figure in the classified series. But so much so I bought it twice. I've got the Walmart retro card and the classified series, but I digress. So basically what happens is these toys start showing up at kind of like discount warehouse, clearinghouse type of stores. And one of those stores is Ross Dress for Less. Now, Ross has always carried toys, and there have been, in the last couple years, there have been things that pop up from time to time. Like I remember there were extra Siege figures that showed up. Like I didn't buy any myself because I wasn't all in on mainline Transformers at that point, but I remember seeing like a Siege Starscream, a Siege Springer. I think I even saw like an Earthrise Astro Train at some point. But anyway, I didn't pick up any of those figures because I already had a Springer, and I'm not in on Tetrajet, so I don't really care. So last year, some of like the old Amazon exclusives showed up, like the Battle Across Time 2-pack that includes the Earth Mode Sideswipe, which I have, which is a phenomenal figure, and Skywarp, who is a recolor of Air Razor. It's basically like Predacon Air Razor or some. I don't think it's a character that's actually a character. I think they just name slapped it on it. But that's not the point. That was originally on Amazon for like $50. You could find them at Ross for 20. And
Ooh.
they came and they got snapped up and they went just as quickly. In fact, quite frankly, and honestly, that's how I got my Earth Mode Sideswipe. Was a buddy of mine found it at Ross, bought and we split the 2-pack. He wanted the not Air Razor and I wanted the Sideswipe, so it worked out just fine. But then this year, there's been a phenomenon, and in the toy hunting community, we have been really trying to solve this mystery because I think it has multiple answers and not a lot of definitive proof. So about a month or so ago, people started seeing the Walmart exclusive Velocitron Speedia 500 subline of the Transformers Generations Legacy line. I think I got all those lines in there. Not bad for having no copy in front of me. Those and we've talked about this in the podcast before, but like sometimes I take delight in going to Hasbro Pulse or Walmart or whatever and reading the convoluted names of all of these Transformers subline, because I think if I remember correctly, it'd be Transformers, Generations, Legacy, Velocitron, Speedia 500 collection. So it's a seven word title. But anyway, these were a Walmart exclusive, and some of the figures were exceptionally rare. Some ended up being peg warmers, and we started seeing them show up at Ross, Dress for Less. And then it was a repeat of last year all over again. Remember how everybody became Cosmos crazy? Because Cosmos,
I am still, actually.
Everybody is. And Cosmos was one per case. And
tragedy.
And became unfindable. It's just, kind of like a holy grail for a lot of folks. A lot of folks didn't get them. A lot of people are still looking for them, like you said. Started showing up at Ross for $7.99. I know people who have found Cosmos at Ross and have picked up a Cosmos for $7.99.
That's crazy.
So, and it just kind of sparked off this buying frenzy, and it seemed like it would never end. So it's like, first it was like, Burnout and Road Rocket and Clampdown. I've bought 3 Clampdowns because I'm bonkers for Sideswipe. So now I got 1 for a friend and 2 for customs. Because if anybody's keeping track of my Sideswipe collection, I still need a green one. I still need a pink one. So now that I've got 2 white Sideswipes, that seems like that's going to be pretty good custom fodder there. But
fun fact, white sideswipe is what we call Mike Seibert. Damn it, I ruined my own joke.
Wow. So anyway, these were showing up. The deluxes came first, and then they kept coming. And then like the buzzworthy Bumblebee stuff started showing up. Like goddamn Cliff Jumper was showing up at Ross for $7.99 along with Cup. And as our next guest that's going to join us in just a minute here, we'll tell you about what he had to do to get me a Studio Series 86 buzzworthy Cliff Jumper, which I still have, and we'll keep him exactly the way that he is, beat up box and all. But anyway, so like there was this phenomenon of like these seemingly rare exclusive figures that were showing up at discount stores for discount prices. And it became a question of where are these coming from? And when is it going to stop? And I think we're finally at the end of the run for Velocitron, because like it's been a week. I haven't seen any more Scourges. I haven't seen any more Road Haulers. I haven't seen any more Deluxes. So I think the well is starting to dry up. But now what people are fighting about is the Arc. The Autobot Arc is showing up at Ross for $60. And they come 2 per case, and each store gets 1 case. So I know people are on the hunt for them, but like if I see 2, I'm grabbing them.
Yeah.
But it's interesting,
I'll just
though.
Tell you right now, Mikey want.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I specifically want one for my buddy Garrett, who has hooked me up numerous times. In fact, he's the primary enabler of my Sideswipe collection.
Is it Garrett's birthday today, though? I just want you to remember.
I don't believe so.
The importance of today.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want Sideswipes too? Are you looking for an Arc? What?
Just the Arc. Just the Arc. Give me the Arc.
Okay.
I'll long. That's like my cursed. That's my cursed grail. I've like pre-ordered it and canceled it, and ordered it and canceled it like again and again, or like there's a quick sale on it and I get it and I chicken out, and I want that though.
So there have been enough sightings to warrant that it's real. Like I've seen people that I know that I'm in group texts with have found them. So they are out there, but they're exceedingly rare. And the same thing with Cosmos. It's like, even though they were showing up at Ross, there's still one per case. So that doesn't change. And they're still sought after. But I tell you though, the thing that kind of makes me smile is I kind of hope that there's a Cosmos in the hand of some snot-nosed kid who just thought it was a cool looking spaceship. Because at the end of the day, toys are for kids, and it's okay for kids to enjoy discount toys. So it's like I can be happy with that as well. But yeah, it's very fascinating, this phenomenon. So my theory, before we move on, because I know I've been talking about this for way too goddamn long, but like I have a theory that this stock is coming from warehouses that were holding stock from Walmarts that closed. From different Walmart, because like, there are a handful of Walmart stores that closed either due to COVID or due to escalating crime. There's any number of reasons why Walmart stores have been closing. So I think it's a trifecta of stores closing. I also think it's warehouses being choked with stock not being allocated or distributed correctly. And I think it's residuals from the supply chain issues that we were having last year as well. So it's probably stuff that was on a container. They open it up and it's like, oh man, these toys are spoiled. They're it's like Mikel Andrews on his landmark birthday, his milestone birthday. It's like, oh, these toys are expired.
Oh, I thought you meant spoiled. I see where you're going with that.
Yeah. So that's I think that's how the Velocitron toys showed up in Ollie's and Ross, along with some of the other toys that we'll talk about in a minute when Mikel Andrews does some unboxing. But hey man, we got a friend hanging out in the green room. How about we welcome in a new challenger? What do you say?
Yeah, please. This is what
all right.
I want.
Here comes a new challenger. Oh shit, it's Alpha Magnus.
Hey.
Can you hear
the original Mike 3 of Two Mikes, Two Furious.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah. I can hear you. You sound great.
I forgot what mode I was supposed to have this thing in, and like it was picking up everything. So it somehow got booped onto like omnidirectional. So
on is the mode you're looking for, not off. We want on.
Cardioid.
Yes.
Well, I have to tell you, man, your setup has greatly leveled up since the last time we spoke when we did the episode on Thrill of the Hunt.
It's a room.
It's an actual room and not a storage shed. What's going on, my dude?
So that flooded, so I had to get rid of everything that was there. So nothing got lost or nothing, but yeah. Good fun.
Wow.
I guess.
Whatever your catalyst, I guess. It looks great. It's it got you where you need to be.
Yeah.
More or less.
I'm getting over an illness, so
waka kaka.
Yeah.
I'll just do the show from back here if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in that.
So
and a greeting stuff. Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Okay. All right. So can I talk for a little bit? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes,
please. I just want to show off some of these toys. But so anyway, birthday week. Let's start off. So I've been having a great birthday. Amazing. Just amazing. And it's been so nice. My friends are all there. It's a huge outpouring of support. I just love birthdays because it's like everyone has to like tell you they love you, right? Like it's the one time a year where everyone's just like, you're the best, you're the greatest, even if it's a lie, even if it's not true, they're just there telling you how great you are. But yeah, I had a birthday. I did a hotel overnight stay last weekend for my birthday. in my old stomping ground. Just my old college stomping ground. Just thought we could maybe go down to some of the bars. We didn't. We ended up staying at the hotel, but that's fine.
All right.
And I said, no gifts, and everybody brought gifts, and I was all emotional. Everyone brought me something. I thought it was so nice, but it was amazing. So I just want to show off this one thing really quick, because this was one of my don't bring a gift gifts. And I'm starting with something not Transformers, but my other love is Power Rangers, and someone got me it's like a tiki shot glass set of all the Power Rangers. So
I love it.
This combines two of my loves, drinking and Power
Ninja
Rangers.
Turtles of those, yeah.
So oh, and speaking of, this was a gift for myself, but I completed my Power Rangers Ninja Turtles crossover. So that feels pretty good. That was a tip from Mike Seibert, actually. You tipped me off to that sale on the raft. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. Where'd you
I've
get
been
that?
diligently.
Was it BBTS or something?
Yeah,
Big
Bad Toy Store. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I couldn't remember.
So, and so I also I just opened these up today. I had like a huge stack and I shipped it out on my birthday. So, we have Studio Series Braun.
Oh, nice.
Love this guy.
It's a tough looking dude. I don't even have that figure. You're a figure ahead of me in the 86 line. Unreal.
And then I got Studio Series Rhinox. Very excited for that one. Everybody remembers him for the movie. He had such a huge role in that movie. Oh
yeah.
And then
I still haven't watched that movie.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, but
I think it's fun. Yeah.
You're not going to see a lot of transforming beasts if that's what you're in the mood for.
Right.
And then I got these from Mike Seibert. Speaking of Ross.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah. Woo. The retro headmasters. I'm pretty psyched about these. I never thought in a million years I'd ever own these. I was like, those are dead and gone. They don't exist in the world anymore. Yep. They are extinct creatures. And then 2 show up at my door, courtesy of Mike Seibert.
Yeah, buddy. So it was interesting. So so Mikel Andrews has had to deal with random text messages from me at random times. I hit him up a couple times during TFCon, and I'll mention that in a minute here. But I go to Ross, and I'm snapping pics of random Ninja Turtles. I'm like, is this video game guy anything? He's like, yeah, that's a thing, but I don't want it. I'm like, okay, well, how do you feel about headmasters? Well, in what context? I was like, no, the Walmart ones. You want them or what? Well, how much are they? $7.99. Ooh, baby, I think I gotta. I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna buy them. So I proceed to, I don't remember. I saw them in 2 different batches. I got 3 of them one time, and then and I think I texted them to you. You're like, oh baby. And then I go to another Ross Dress for Less, and then I find 3 more of them. Now, I don't know if they did brainstorm or not, but I've only been able to find the 6. So it's Hardhead, Highbrow, Chrome Dome for the good guys, and then there was the Crocodile dude, that Skull Cruncher dude,
Weird Wolf,
and Mindwipe.
Yeah,
pretty sure Brainstorm was a Walgreens exclusive.
Oh, wild!
I have that. So.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I thought there were only 4. So when you said there were 6, I was like, "Tough."
Which
what?
which 4 did you think they were? Just curious.
Yeah, that's wild.
No, I mean, which 4 guys did you think they were?
Oh,
yeah, just curious.
I knew there was Hardhead and Chrome Dome, and then I thought there were 2 bad guys.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Incidentally,
they did all 6.
Yeah, that's incidentally, Hardhead, and I almost, because I know you like Hardhead, so that's why I sent them to you. But if there was one I was going to keep for myself, it'd have been that one, just so that I can reenact that scene from the History Channel, the Toys That Made America. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, or if this is just, it is kind of not good. It's fun in its own kind of way, but like there's a middle portion where, you know, in late 1984, early 1985, Hasbro was concerned about the rise of knockoffs and how to combat that. So they create the rub sign to basically, that's how you know that you have an authentic Transformers toy. But in the reenactment, so these types of shows, they're like talking heads, you know, like Dan Larson from Secret Galaxy was on there. Rodimus Primal was on there, and a bunch of other assholes that I don't know who the heck they are. But whatever. Yeah, I'm just like, who are these dickheads? but then again, I used to think the same thing when I used to watch like I Love the 80s on VH1 too. I'm like, who are these fuckers? But anyway, I digress. So it's dramatic reenactments of, like, you know, boardroom meetings and all this other stuff. I think they got the guy that they got to play Bob Budiansky actually looks more like Bob Budiansky than the Toys That Made Us guy, but that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so they demonstrate the rub sign, and it's like, oh, here's what we're going to do. And it shows this exact, like, rubbing one out on this toy. And, wouldn't you guess you would think that to demonstrate a rub sign figure, you would get, like, I don't know, maybe like Sideswipe or one of like the Autobot cars, or maybe like Shockwave, or somebody who's like a larger figure with a rub sign in a prominent spot where you could really demonstrate that, right? No, they got Titan's Return Hardhead. Fucker doesn't even have a rub sign.
Oh yeah.
So this dickhead actor is just like, oh, look at it, and you could really see it, and there's no fucking rub sign there. It's so dumb. God.
It's like they really know their stuff, don't they? Real experts, those guys.
Yeah. So I run into Rodimus Primal at TFCon, and I tell him this, and I'm just as animated. I'm like, there's no fucking rub sign on it. You know, like, I feel like I could say this in public in like a hotel lobby. Like that's appropriate conversation, right? But what he tells me is that he offered a significant amount of material for the show's production. Like, you know, he offered them toys and like print material and adverts, and he's got a lot of stuff in his collection to share with the production. They're like, nah, we got it. Thank you, but no thank you. Just sit here in front of a green screen and we'll ask you a bunch of questions. So that's kind of how that goes. But we still talking about Ross? Is that where I was going with that?
I have something for Ross too.
Delightful.
So I keep looking for figures left and right.
What are those?
Whoa.
They're shoes. They're brightly colored shoes.
They're beautiful.
What's happening?
These are
they though?
shoes in my size. Yeah. I can't find shoes my size ever. And I found like 10 pair at Ross while I'm looking for action figures. So
wow. Did you
gotcha.
dress for less TM as the quote goes?
Unfortunately. That's all I found.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Well, so Mikel Andrews, I know we're gonna hear about your specialty beers and all of your other stuff in the box, and that's not the only thing in that box I sent you, by the way. We could talk about that. We could talk about that stuff later. But while we've got our special guest Alpha Magnus here, I talked about it earlier, but like, you know, tell us about your latest sojourn with the Spree and the Mac, and because I saw them when they came through Seattle, so I have thoughts about that entire extravaganza, and I'm sure Mikel Andrews might have questions as well. But So how was that experience?
The 5th time I've seen Cybertronic Spree.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. First time just went. Second time just went. And then the 3rd time I dressed up as Macho Magnus. Then the next time, I think this is 6th actually. Then the next time they invited me on stage which was cool. I gave him gave Hot Rod the Rowdy Piper towel, and we did some promos for that, so that was cool. And then at Colossal Con this last year, I got to go up there and we did a thumb wrestling for the Matrix. So that was cool. I really hope someone has that on video because I've seen video of it, but not the full video. So this time I just showed up and was like, I'm not retiring Macho Magnus, but it needs repair. And
sure.
Got to take it to the CR chamber, if you will.
He needs a lot more than that. It's like duct tape holding it together. So I made the Fry Force changeable, and I didn't tell any of them. I just said I have a costume for this specific event. They went up and they only played like 45 minutes and came down because it's Max Sabbath's tour. They're just there for the ride. In the meantime, they came out and were talking to us, and he was just dumbfounded. Hot Rod and them, they were dumbfounded that I was that. Like, it's the perfect thing, and no one has done it. So I got real happy about that. Being a McDonald's Transformer, just more than meets the eye. MEAT. Oh, hey, there it is. There's video on there too. It was weird because I was starting to get real exhausted. And they said, "Oh, well, we're not done yet. We still have to do one thing." Like, the rest of the band was already gone, but RC and Hot Rod stuck around because I guess every show they may not do it at every show, but they'll switch out songs and go play with Max Sabbath. I assumed it was going to be Hunger because that would make sense.
Yeah, right.
But they get up there. I have the mask off. I'm like stretching because it's a bit to wear that for 3 hours. And all of a sudden, I just hear, "Fry Robot. Where's the Fry Robot?" And I'm like, huh? I look up and everyone is looking at me. Like, everyone in the entire place. I'm just like, oh God. I slapped that thing back on, ran up there, dropped my phone. Luckily, one of my friends was there, and he picked it up, and I'm like, "Record some video, damn it." And it was amazing. Right. Tripped on a couple things, but all in all, we're good. Yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you even see in that thing? Good Lord.
Yeah, it's a lot of waist bending, but
I don't do any of that, even in my day-to-day real life. This never bends.
Usually I get like a text beforehand, "Hey, we're gonna have you come on stage," so I know to wait around or something. Nothing. Nothing this time. Well, it's fine. I don't care, but that was a show. That's like the third time I've seen Max Sabbath too. They've gotten better over the years. So
I was gonna say, if I can interject a little bit, I saw them in Seattle, and it was certainly an experience. So I saw a triple bill. They opened with Playboy Man Baby, who was fine. It's fine. So, and then the Spree came along, and I knew that they were, technically the opening act. This is, it's a Max Sabbath tour with Cybertronic Spree. So, everybody kind of knows that. So I didn't know what to expect. I was mildly disappointed that, they did about, I don't know, maybe like 8 or 9 songs, about a 50-minute set, which is, I would say though that it's, I really enjoyed the set list because it was a really good cross section of the covers that they're famous for, cuts from the new album Ravage, and then some wacky surprises as well. So I thought it was a very well-rounded set. So I don't want to say I was disappointed with the show, because I wasn't. I enjoyed it incredibly, and I don't know if members of the Spree actually listen to my podcast. Like, I did a review of Ravage with a TFG1 mic, the third or fourth mic in our mic triumvirate here, the time stone of the mic infinity gauntlet here. But anyway, so I don't know if they listened to that or not, but they closed with Wheels of Fire, which is my favorite song off the new album. So I went nuts. I'm just like, oh my God, fucking Wheels of Fire. I love that song. So anyway, so that was cool. But then, like, a curtain goes up that says Mac Sabbath. And like, it felt like it was a half hour or 45 minutes. This is an elaborate band to set up. And in that time, I went to go hang out with Hot Rod and RC. They gave me fist bumps. Like, I was getting fist bumps from those foolios from the stage. Like, I got Hot Rod saying like, Mike Seibert, yeah. so that's pretty dope. It makes me feel very special. But yeah, I was just kicking it with those foolios for a while, and then the Mac began, and I didn't know what to do with it. Like, I wasn't as familiar with Mac Sabbath as, say, like Alpha Magnus was. And I don't know, Alpha Magnus, for somebody who has seen Mac Sabbath a number of times, and I'd consider you a fan, could you describe the Mac Sabbath experience for someone who may have been as uninitiated as I was?
I will put it this way: minus the animals, it is a circus. It's a circus. There's a barker, there's random things going on, a whole lot of dad jokes that are mostly terrible. It's kind of like Guar. Yeah. Minus a world maggot.
What have I stumbled into? What? No context for this.
But I have to say this. So I saw them the first year, and I was like, what is this? And left halfway through. The second time I saw them was in with Oakley Dokley.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. And that was actually real cool, because I did my, I can't remember if that was the time I did my Homer Simpson cosplay as a cyberpunk Homer. And that was pretty cool. But then Mac Sabbath goes up there, and I'm like, well, these guys have improved since then. It started with just like the main band, but now I don't know if you're familiar with Kiss, but the drummer, I believe it's Peter Criss, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. He has one song that he sings. That is like I think the only song that he sings. So that's the Cat Burglar there instead of the Hamburglar.
That's great.
He gets down and sings a parody of that, so that the lead singer can have a break.
Yeah, as he dons the McDonald's Moon Man mask and comes out and plays piano and stuff. It's
I think it's actually the guy who was the employee of the month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, not as familiar with the act as clearly not. But
well, because the other guy's like screaming for an hour by the time.
Yeah.
Happens. So he I'm trying to think of where I was at. Oh yeah. So Mac tonight gets up there, starts playing piano, and they're doing stuff. That level of difference is what changed, because the first year it was a gimmick band. The lead singer could not sing. Watched their early videos, and they were literally just like, what are we gonna do? COVID hit, and I think he took vocal lessons because he's gotten way better. So
a nice COVID project.
Yeah, because I would say the singing and musicality was actually quite good, and basically they're food themed parody songs of, like, classic metal tunes, mostly Black Sabbath type of stuff, but a lot of other stuff of that era as well. Yeah. So I mean, it's very much for our audience, but I found it to be incredibly weird. And I
Yeah.
think
It's like
I
a
was
trauma film.
very much so. Oh, that's very much in the key of trauma. I remember I was texting with Apollo, who had seen them in Portland like 2 or 3 days before I had. And I told her, I was just like, I was ready to leave a couple times because like it's a lot of like dad jokes having to do with food themed band names, and
That's newer.
each more awful than the last, and kind of trying to tailor to whatever town that they're in, which is also kind of new, and for my taste kind of unwelcome. Like apparently they made a bunch of like Portlandia jokes at the Portland show because apparently that's what people think Portland is. At the Seattle show they made a bunch of grunge jokes because apparently that's all that happens in Seattle. That bit of their act still needs some refinement, I think.
There wasn't a lot they could say about Cleveland, so Cleveland makes fun of itself. We're self-deprecating, so we don't worry about it.
Exactly. So yeah, the dude does kind of like a discount Aussie accent, Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, and this is seared into my brain because like I won't, because he said it. So he's like, Seattle, you're crazy. Oh, you're so crazy. And I'm just like, okay, I get it. We are indeed crazy. Thank you. No need to continue to. Oh, you're so crazy, Seattle. You're crazy. And I'm just like, okay, that's enough of that. Can we play some music, please? But I mean,
tossed salad and scrambled egg McMuffins. He didn't say none of that.
No,
or at least I don't. I
like that.
For that.
I'm
really good with garbage.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, but it was
jokes. They're above dad.
above
one removed.
So yeah, so anyway, it was like there's like smoke machines and dudes like like grilling up chickens and stuff. It is very elaborate. It was a very elaborate show. So that's so I don't know, that's the Max Sabbath experience. And so anyway, so at the Seattle show, no crossover with the Spree. So like I'm not sure how the logistics were, but yeah, I felt like I kind of missed out because I didn't get anything like that. But I did get to see a Ronald McDonald man get in a hamburger shaped inflatable and get crowd surfed. So that was kind of cool. And then they brought out like hamburger inflatables. And, at like festivals, you like pop them up like beach balls. Yeah, no, we were in a historical theater and people kept hitting the chandeliers. So that ended very quickly. Because and it's so funny because I can't think of a time when I went from the front of the stage to the back of the stage more quickly. Because like I was like on the rail for the Spree, but like for the Max Sabbath, I was like against the wall. I could not get further away. Again, I had a great time, but yeah, it was wild and weird, and it was certainly an experience.
Yeah, it's okay if they come to your town, do it. But I think I paid $40, and most I've ever paid for a Cybertronic Spree was like 20.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we had a higher ticket price as well, and again, it was fine. I'm glad to support this type of shenanigans and tomfoolery. So I'm cool with that. Plus it's live music. So yeah, it's good stuff. So I guess from there, Alpha Magnus, what else you got going on? You got anything going on before
Actually, very happy to have found this.
Whoa! You got yourself a lemon sideswipe. Delightful.
Schlemmen Schleidschwipe, as I said
There
earlier.
you go.
Then I managed to get this on one of those Target sales, so I got Prime Dripping.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's winged.
Nice.
I'm just trying to build my YouTube stuff up now, so that's kind of what I'm surrounded by. Doing more customs, stuff like that.
Yeah, you working on anything? Anything top secret that we...
Dude, what do I have around me? do have stuff. Hey, I've actually been pulling all the stuff out so that whenever you guys come back from your hiatus, I'll have everything here. But here's
yeah. Mike Seibert, don't look at that.
Okay.
Shield your eyes.
That's not really a spoiler. It's just there.
Alpha Magnus, what is your, if I may ask a birthday question, what is your, like, if you had unlimited funds and you could buy whatever you wanted, the rarest of toys, you could dissect any rare figure that you wanted to make
well,
something.
I wouldn't do that. But...
Well, but if you could, what would it be? Do you have like something like, did you have like a Flight of Fancy custom idea and you're like, well, I can never do that? Like, what would it be?
Honestly, not custom wise, but I really, really, really wanted one of those MP10 oversized knockoffs that was 1/12 scale. I can't remember what that was called now.
MP10. What was MP10 to even start with? Oh,
give me 1 second. It was Lewin Resources. What was that called? I can look at it.
I know. I don't know.
It's on my eBay page. Atlas. It was Atlas. Look up Lewin Resources Atlas, and like the alt mode is big enough that it fits a G.I. Joe classified figure in the seat.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
It was $500 retail. I don't know what they go for now. But I wanted one of those, and I was gonna have like him holding like Snake Eyes in his hand or something.
Yeah.
Custom wise, I don't work in that realm. I've done some pretty horrendous customs of stuff that people would be like, "You did what to what?" Yeah,
That's my favorite.
A Silas breakdown I tore up for something.
I'd love to see that, by the way.
The MP. Well, that's the thing. I have a lot of this stuff where it's like half done and I never finished it, but I totally gored up somebody's grail. I have a graveyard of forgotten projects that would probably make someone cry if they were a collector. Yeah. But MP Grimlock, I have 3 of those that I've torn up to make the rest of the Dinobots in MP, and I never finished it, so I literally have 3 just half corpses of Grimlocks. Yeah.
Oh man.
Nice.
Your quick Transformers Prime reference reminded me of something. Mike Seibert doesn't get Transformers Prime references, so that's the world we live in. But I was actually so one of the things I love to do on my birthday is go to this local comic shop called Hot Comics, and I went there today and I bought I bought the Studio Series Airazor because they had a loose one, and I loved Airazor in that movie. She might have been my favorite character in that whole thing. So I just got her to kind of commemorate that, and then I also bought issue 10 of the Josh Burcham Beast Wars comics. When I got up to the counter, he's like, "Are you a member of our discount club?" And I was like, "Yep, I am." They kind of give me the side eye a little bit, and they're like, "All right." And he's like, "I would have given you the Beast Wars discount anyway," because he's like, "I love Beast Wars." Then I started talking to the clerk, and he's like, huge Beast Wars fan, huge Transformers fan. He's like, the thing that bugs me the most, and Mike Seibert, we talk about this all the time. He says that the thing that bugs me the most is like, technically I'm like a G1er, and like that's my classification, that's where I live, but I love it all. He's like, I love Beast Machines, I love Beast Wars, I love Prime. Like, he wishes people would get more into that. And we just talked for so long, and it was like, yes, there are more of us. There are more of us old guys that like the whole plethora of offerings from Transformers. That was like really fun to chat with him.
I can steer clear on KISS players, but everything else is okay.
Oh no, those figures are awesome though, because like, I mean, they're basically kind of like that weird missing link between Binaltech and alternators. And it's like, I love those molds, and it's like some of those versions, and even like some of the characters like Auto Trooper, it's like that that's the only version of that figure is in those rotten cursed Kiss players. So it's like, when I started getting into alternators and then later vinyl tech, I was just like, like seeing how many versions of each mold there were. I was like, oh no, these. And it's like, it's a real like safe search is your friend situation.
So speaking of cursed figures,
oh nice.
Ooh.
I built this little lady. I don't care what anyone thinks of me and her articulated butt cheeks.
Judging.
I don't get why people were so mad about it. It's not. I think it's the posing is why people are mad, but whatever. Screw off.
Indeed.
I highly recommend that kit too. It took a long time. I did a whole live stream on it.
Well, I was gonna say it's like how I've never had the patience to want to do any kind of model making or model building or anything like that. That is just not my jam. Well, what is happening? Are we Jeffrey Tubin over here?
Ooh, we are. This is too. We haven't hit that hour of the show yet.
Good gravy. What is happening? What? Oh, he's got a Gundam model. Okay, all right.
He redeemed himself then.
It's the big neck Gundam.
Okay, all right.
Sick. I love that.
Start with one of these if you wanted to get into it.
Oh yeah,
gotcha.
That'd be good. Yeah. That's
awesome.
All right.
Your eye ones are nuts.
I'm glad we went on that journey with you. I was a little nervous where it started, but we got there.
Yeah, I'm glad we got there. All right.
There you go. Mike and I are just sweating. We're not on a 7-second delay.
Yeah, no, I'm like, this is
cut the feed.
Man, this is a real Luke Skywalker. This is not gonna go the way you think it is type of situation. So Alpha Magnus, before we let you go, I'd like to ask you some rapid fire Transformers animated questions, because I feel like in the hour that we've been streaming so far, we've not really talked a whole lot about Transformers animated. So hopefully the folks that are hanging out with us just want to hang out with us. I suppose, I hope. But from season 1, do you have any particular favorite moments? Keeping in mind, we're just talking season 1. So if you spoil anything, I'm going to boot you. So that's episodes 1 through 16.
Keep the camera up here, buddy. Okay. Eyes up here.
Yes. It's real hard to think. Shut it.
Okay.
It's hard to think of just season 1.
Okay.
I think season 2 is right where I got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, one of the episodes we did was the
one with the snaps.
Yeah.
No, the herding.
The hunt.
Yeah. The herding.
Yeah, deep herding. Yes.
That's the reason why I said that episode, because I think Lockdown does not get enough usage. You know what? Damn it, I don't have that around. I mean, he's essentially Death's Head.
Yeah.
And Death's Head doesn't get enough usage either.
Also true.
Yeah. I found that figure you would ask about. It's about this big. Like, where's my thing there? It's like 3 inches tall. It's like 3.75, I think. Because it was from that Marvel line. Yeah.
Right. I swore that there was one in Marvel Legends, but no, it was just in that one series.
Death's Head 2 got a Marvel Legend.
That was the one I was thinking
your
of.
90s mess.
Exactly. Let's see. So Alpha Magnus, we got another friend waiting in the wings, but before we bring her on, anything you wanna plug or chat about before we let you go?
No, I'm good. Just follow me on all my stuff, and that'll be cool. Hopefully, I'll get to be on with you guys soon. Happy birthday,
absolutely. I mean, thanks for being on the episode you were on. You brought a lot of, things I didn't even see.
I tried to put an insight.
Serial rewatcher here missed a lot of that, so I love the insights.
Yeah, it's the weird stuff that I like. Hopefully, the Autopod guys on the chat. I can't see anything from here.
We hope.
Aaron popped in the Aaron popped in the chat about 10 minutes ago to ask why didn't you call from your store shed? To which I say, go back and re-listen to the stream to get the answer to that. That's been asked and answered. Not gonna relitigate here. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's a different arc reference if you are following along.
I'm currently working on my my toy line and toy company thing that I'm trying to launch hopefully by next year. That is it's hard.
Yeah.
In all the wrong ways.
Dude, work in progress.
Difficult, yeah.
I'm excited.
Well, because the problem is I'm trying to do it so that I can kind of use all the fandoms that I'm into to dip a little bit. Because I've seen some Kickstarters fail, and it kind of bums me out. So it's like, I gotta make this work.
Yeah.
So that's it. And hold on while I whip this out.
No, oh no,
my freaking eyes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for being our buddy, and look for Alpha Magnus next to appear on that Retgar episode in season 2, which is happening whenever that happens. I don't know because I haven't looked. But
next year sometime.
There you go. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for joining us, and until next time, make good choices. Bye.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Aww.
That's for me, Mike Cyber. Yours is over. Mike Cyber. I told you this 100 times, Mike Cyber.
Oh, I didn't know. All right. See you, dude. All right. And no rest for the wicked, because guess what? We got a new challenger. Let's welcome to the Two Mikes, Two Furious Uncontrollable Birthday Bash live stream. It's Apollo. Yo.
Hey.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi.
And long time no see here, Talk Chat. It's been a minute.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks. Did you hear it's the big 4-0 and how devastated I am and how tough it is for me? So
expired. Expired.
As I told my dad, because his birthday was recent, age is just a number. Don't count the candles.
Until 40, then it becomes real. I don't know. They never finished that phrase.
Oh, okay. I haven't hit 40 yet, so soon though.
Don't rub it in. Get her off. Mike, cut her.
Your time's coming.
I need all the 40s here.
Yes.
Yeah. Where are all my geezers at?
Yeah. Jokes aside, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Especially in this day and age, it is just a number. Like, I don't feel any different. I'm still doing the things I love and still moving forward. Yeah, it's all your friends love to make wheelchair jokes and old jokes, which I think are tasteless, but I will power through. I will persevere.
Yes, you'll be stronger for it.
Yes. I hope.
So Apollo, this is your first time hanging out with us in this context for the Two Mikes, Two Furious Animated Transformers Extravaganza. I don't know if you and I have talked a lot about Transformers Animated. Do you have thoughts, feelings, opinions about anything related to TFA here?
Oh yeah, I have quite a few. Hold on a second. I didn't come prepared.
Oh no.
Hold on.
Neither did we. You're in good company here.
I was going to say there's a lot of that going around. That's fine. No,
I'm
LOL.
Yeah, as Alpha Magnus, they said they were sick. I'm not feeling great too, so I can't be on too long. But see, I had them on my Starscream shelf, the animated Starscream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, one of them. I have a small one too. So
the thing is huge.
I guess, Mike, I don't want to speak for you, but I think we discussed we love this design. I love the animated Starscream.
Oh yeah,
maybe my favorite Starscream out there.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, and I love these toys. I had a Megatron at the time from the same toy line, and the plastics really hefty. You know, it's really nice.
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like I can drop this and like nothing bad will happen. Whereas with the toys now, I feel like I would drop it and something bad will probably happen. So
Well, a breeze would come through before it hit the ground. It would just take it into the
yeah,
sky.
yeah.
Tumbleweed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like this could be just like thrown and it'd be fine. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, fun design. I can't unlearn the fact that the same voice actor does SpongeBob SquarePants for Starscream. So, I don't know if
Unbelievable.
you knew that. Like,
Oh
he
yeah, yeah.
might, yeah, it's just, I can't
Well, I mean, it
separate
was news
it.
to me.
Yeah.
like that was the coolest thing about doing the show, was diving into some of those things I kind of took for granted. And yeah, that was one of the ones that I was like, holy shit. You can probably go to the episode. I think Mike had to cut out a bunch of my like, wait, what? Like, I think I was like Googling it real time. Like, no.
Yeah. Now I just cut out the gaps, not the actual like, because there's a lot of just like typing. I just see like teeny tiny little ticks in the waveform as I'm like, cut that stuff right out.
Doing my research
Bye.
during the show.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. From Abers here in chat. He also does Ice King in Adventure Time! Exclamation point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Adventure
I
Time.
do
Very
not know
cool.
what that is, but that's fine.
I know what it is, but I haven't seen it.
Well, here's a question for Mikel Andrews, reflecting back on season 1, because we were talking about the voice actors. Do Starscream and Bulkhead share a scene? I don't think they do. Because Starscream doesn't appear a lot. He's at the beginning and at the end. But
I mean, if like talking to each other, I don't think so.
Yeah. Because that's just SpongeBob and Patrick. So, it's.
I hope we get something. I hope we get some kind of reference.
Starscream, I don't think that's such a good idea.
Yeah, that would. I imagine a lot of stuff happens when you're recording.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, in regards to Transformers Animated, I think I watched it sometime during the pandemic. I bought it on DVD because I'd never seen it before, and I think it's probably the most underrated Transformer series of all of them.
Truly.
So
I think so.
yeah. I think that version of Megatron too, he's pretty brutal, honestly. Like he might be the worst version, like in regards to being mean. Like I thought Transformers Prime Megatron was pretty intense, and it's like, no, he's just a drug addict, like, on Dark Energon,
One day Cybert will get that reference, but for now, just me.
But not today, and that's
not today.
No, it's fine. It's
Not
fine.
today.
No, exactly.
But
exactly. No, it's all good.
Yeah, and I love Derek's designs for the characters, and may he rest in peace. It's very sad that we lost him too young. But I think it's a great show, and that's all I'll say, because I don't want to accidentally spoil it for you both.
I know.
So.
This is the toughest part of my job here. It's just, what can I say? What can I?
Oh, yeah, because you've seen it already.
Yeah. Oh, tons of times. Yeah.
Serial rewatcher.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to, I didn't do this for season 1, but for season 2, I plan to like watch the whole thing in one sitting before we even record, just so I can get like the full scope of it. But I'm also a little nervous that I'm going to let something slip, or like, I don't know. It's a slippery slope, but I kind of want to have that big picture again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be cautious with your nostalgia. That's that could be.
Yeah. It's. But I think I have a really strong like spoiler alert radar. Like I really feel like I'm hooked up to like an electric buzzer or something when I'm about to reveal a plot point. It's just like, it just grows in intensity until I don't say it.
Yeah, you're like, oh wait, maybe I should pause before I say this to make sure I don't spoil something for Mike.
I even run into this when I'm writing the blurbs for like my own novels that I write. Like I have so much trouble writing like blurbs or descriptions of my books, because I'm like, that's a spoiler. So it just ends up looking like a redacted government document by the time I get it spit out. It's just
Glad you were spoiler conscious because a lot of people are not nowadays. And it's just like, oh, like, go on the site formerly known as Twitter and there's all these Loki spoilers. And it's like, the episode has not even been out a day. I'm just like,
oh, I know.
sitting
That's
there like,
so tough.
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And, it's tricky with this show, with Transformers Animated, because we've clearly reached that limit where, I mean, if people only wait like a few hours for doing spoilers now, we've had, 15 years? So
yeah, exactly.
It's hard to protect Mike Seibert. I feel like the bodyguard to his Whitney Houston sometimes. I'm jumping in front of these spoilers from seasons 2 and 3.
Meanwhile, I'm going to TF cons, like snapping pictures of stuff. I'm like, what's this? Is this a thing?
He's sending it to me and I'm, oh no.
You're like, you're being spoiled inadvertently.
Yeah. It's like, shield your eyes, but buy me those, but shield your eyes.
Don't ask any questions about it. Offer him $20 and then send it directly to my house. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, and I will say though, one of the things that's interesting about sort of getting into the toys, I wouldn't say like I'm a full-on animated collector, but like, I look at stuff and I've been exposed to stuff, but the thing that I'm also learning about the Transformers animated toy line is that there's a bunch of like wacky variants and like a bunch of like wacky characters that like aren't necessarily part of the show. So it's like, oh, Blue Lockdown, is that a thing? I don't know. It's like, that kind of thing. So I have a little bit of insulation of, is it a spoiler for the show or is it just a wacky repaint? That kind of thing. Like, my buddy, Anthony Bracali, TFU.info, when we got together at TFCon down in Orlando, he showed me, or at least I think it was Ant. Maybe it was somebody else. I don't remember. I drank a lot of beers that night. But anyway, but he tells me about like this like Shadow Blade Megatron, which is basically like a repaint of TFA Megatron. He's like, and I could show this to you because it's not a thing from the show. It's just a cool repaint. And it is a cool repaint, but for me, that plants a seed of doubt of every figure that I look at. Because it's like, is it just a wacky repaint? Is it just a character that's a toy only? So I feel a degree of security now or insulation that like not necessarily every toy that I see is a spoiler for episodes that I haven't seen yet. If that makes a lick of sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, because they do a lot of like strange colorings of stuff, and yeah. All right, so you're protected. You're protected a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as much as I think I can be, though, and it's funny because like I had a TFCon section, and actually, I'll talk about that later because like Mikel Andrews, I want to get into some of your box of goodies and give some artists some shouts out, but like there's a very specific conversation that I had with an artist that almost spoiled a 15-year-old spoiler for me, which I thought was kind of interesting. And it was one of those things where it's like I looked kind of funny and they looked kind of funny and I'm like, that one, I want that one. So, that kind of thing, but we can discuss that in a minute here. So Apollo, while we're chatting about TFA here, one of the things that we talk about a lot on our podcast is the our affection for the wacky human villains. Do you happen to have a favorite or least favorite of the wacky humans from season 1? And I've just now realized that I've asked that question knowing that somebody might not know the difference between season 1 and the other season. So I immediately regret this line of questioning. so never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember the human villains, but I like I'm trying to think of which ones are in season 1 because it's been a while since I watched this. It's like maybe I need
Been a
to
while.
No,
consult
don't be
the
afraid.
true stuff.
I'll my alarm will go off. I'll censor you if I must.
Oh my gosh, I have to actually think about this because I haven't watched it in so long.
I
Oh,
thought I had a list here. Okay, so yeah, actually, so I do have a list. And I put this
okay.
up in our Google form. You got the Angry Archer, you got Professor Penny Princess, Nino Sexton, aka Nanosec. You have Henry Masterson, the Headmaster, Prometheus Black, aka Meltdown, and Cyrus Colossus Rhodes. Mikel Andrews, am I forgetting anybody for season 1?
Nope,
I think that's everybody.
That sounds right.
I think that's everybody.
Oh gosh, like I remember the headmaster guy being a thing, like like, and I don't remember if I liked that villain or not, but that's like the one I remember the most. And then the first one you mentioned, that's like the Robin Hood knockoff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
evil
Yeah.
Robin Hood or the good?
evil
Does it
Robin
cancel out?
Hood.
Like the evil, the
Yeah.
friend of my friend?
Yeah, I feel like
Exactly.
I feel like because they're the ones I remember, those are the ones that stood out to me the most. So, from season 1. So,
Yeah, I love Angry Archer because I think you see him right away. I think he sort of sets the tone for all human villains in that show. I have this weird affinity for Nanosec, but I
Yeah, you
don't know
do.
why. I mentioned this in the episode, but for some reason, if someone says the words Transformers animated, it's a little different now that we've been doing this show, but if someone says Transformers animated for years, the first thing that would pop into my head was Nanosec. I don't know why. That's what I associated with the show. So I almost feel like that would be my pick for this question. But I mean, really, if we're talking like capable human villains, it's Meltdown. I mean, Meltdown's the number one. Like,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a great, spooky, scary, capable villain.
And
yeah.
the voice work from Peter Stormare just puts it
Puts
it over the top. Puts it
what
over
a
the top.
talent they got for that. I mean,
yeah. But
Okay, now I'm remembering this episode with that villain. Yeah, that was really intense for a cartoon, actually. I was just like, what? Like,
yeah, scary, just kind of like dark, and all the other ones are goofy. This one's like troublesome.
Oh, Matthew Barbario here in chat. Angry Archer is the best, but Professor Penny Princess is undeniably a force to be reckoned with.
Oh,
don't egg him on.
Professor Princess
Stop it.
I just thought we were putting her in a whole different classification because just so great, such a great, transcends the human villain role. Just one of the best.
I'm on the wiki now, so I'm like I see the designs for all the villains, and it's like, oh yeah, I remember them now. Like,
yeah.
I think Professor Princess is very like a tragic character. I just really think there's some backstory there that we don't know about. Like she's like the movie Orphan, or it's like that. It's like that thing, like that Benjamin Button disease. There's something going on there we don't understand.
I am adult woman.
Yes.
До свидания. That means goodbye. I don't know. Right? She's not Comrade Kid. So Apollo, while we got you, because you joined us here. Oh, actually, wait a sec. Aber's in chat. Meltdown has the strongest power against the Autobots. The metal corroding acid is terrifying. Yes.
Yeah, right. That's almost like an exact foil for the Transformers. That is, a very like on the nose destructive power that he has versus them. So yeah, they have the right to fear him.
Absolutely. So Apollo, while we got you, and thank you for joining us on our stream. I know your time is limited, but while we got you, what would you like to ask us? Say some nice stuff about Mikel Andrews. It's his birthday. I don't know.
Yeah, pick one of those.
I'll turn the floor is yours.
Oh my gosh. I did not come prepared, but no, you're like a really
Yes.
nice guy.
I
Like
didn't come prepared to say anything nice
Yeah.
about Mikel Andrews either.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I have a few questions for Mike Seibert. Make and model of your first car, mother's maiden name, the street you grew up on, high school mascot, if you got a minute. Just some of those data mining questions.
You
Yeah.
have to be
It's
real
too
careful
late.
about asking me those questions because then I will answer them, and then we will be here for more
the
hours
chat, he
than
just
we're
did.
already going to be.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
okay, well I want to know, what are your plans, now that you're 40? Like what
Let's
are
say,
some big life plans you got?
yeah. Well, I want to refocus my energy on writing my next book. That's a big one. I kind of took the summer off of writing, and maybe even a little longer if I'm being honest. And I devoted some creativity, my creative juices to the show. So I think I have the power to split them now a little bit. But yeah, I'd like to get back into that realm and work on the sequel to my most recent book. That's my biggie.
Which
Cool.
is, tell us about the book.
Oh, yeah. So my most recent book is called Gone for a Spell. It's not part of my previous series, which is the 80s Wizards books, but Gone for a Spell is like, it's a little darker, a little more like occult driven. I would say it's like, I guess I've described it like Veronica Mars if there was supernatural elements to it, or the occult was mixed in there. Because I think that's what I was missing from that show. I love Veronica Mars so much, but I was like, I wish there was just like witches and ghosts and some, horror in there. So yeah, I did it. I filled the void. That's what you're supposed to do when you write. You're supposed to write the thing that you think is missing from the world, and that's what I did. But so yeah, I wrote that and left it on a big cliffhanger, which everyone loves when you do that and just you basically quit writing for like a year. So I gotta finish up that.
Okay, that's really exciting. Thanks for
Yeah.
sharing that. And I think, just the part of the whole experience of being alive is having goals to work towards, so I think that's great that you have a goal that you're working towards making
Yeah,
happen.
thank you. Yeah, actually, jumping on that for a second, I had a buddy who has a birthday about a week apart from mine, and he had a birthday, and we had like a cake for him and everything, and then just before he like blew out the candle, I was like, just tell us like one thing you're looking forward to for the year. What is your one? Kind of a similar question he asked me, and he goes, I don't know, man. He just couldn't think of one thing, and I was like, this is so sad. Like there has to be something. There has to be something driving you. Keeps
Yeah.
us young.
Yes.
But yeah. What about you, Apollo? Let's do one for you. It's not your birthday, but I'll allow it.
Oh. Uh-oh. So, well, you've probably seen my posts on the site formerly known as Twitter and other social media. I'm back into making art, which is awesome.
Yes.
I am going to try to shoot my shot at doing a cover. I don't know if that will happen ever, but there's the new Transformers comic that's out. Skybound is the publisher, and I think it's Image that's publishing it. And like, I'm gonna at some point shoot my shot like with them. I don't know if it'll happen, but if you don't try, you're not going to do it. So I'm really pushing
Yes.
myself with my art. I feel like I have 2 years worth of art backlog because I had a lot going on in my personal life, which is why I disappeared for a bit, but I'm back. And
Sure.
I feel like
Well,
I
tell us about
leveled
all of
up.
that. Let's rehash this right now.
Tell us about all of it. Oh, just getting in a toxic relationship.
Oh no.
And Mike Seibert knows about it.
Oh yeah.
Mike knows the tea. So
Oh,
yeah.
so sorry to hear.
Well, I'm glad I figured it out sooner than later.
That's
So
true. Silver lining.
yeah. So but yeah, no, and I'm just really one of the things I want to do is I like volunteering, and so I want to give back more. Like, I actually want to become a mentor. I'm a graphic designer in my day job. I don't know if I know, so that's you know, I'm at that stage. I've been doing this for 16 years professionally, and it's like, okay, it's my time to give back now, even though like I'm in this weird stage in my life where it's like I feel like I still need a mentor, but like there's a lot of up and coming um graphic designers here in the Portland area. I'm going to these meetup events with through AIGA, and they're like looking to me, and I'm like, oh, I am the experienced one, you know, like they're just getting out
Yeah.
of school and stuff. So, you know, so it's my time to give back. You know, I feel and I really enjoy volunteering. I think it's very important to volunteer, whether your time and just give back, whether it's even just doing like what you're doing with this podcast, Two Mics Too Furious, you know, that's a way to give back. And, you know, you're not charging for this,
Oh no! Don't
you know,
conflate that with
and stuff.
volunteerism. What
No,
you're doing will
well,
be important. What we're doing,
I don't know. Let her
I don't
cook.
know.
Let her cook.
yeah, you never,
We're
well, I'm
doing
stretching
the
it.
Cyber's like,
Lord's
yes,
work.
more,
Yeah, I
more.
work in a marketing department. I'm supposed to sell things, and no, but you know, it's just you know, so that's something like doing. I want to go to TFCon LA. I would really like to do that. You know, we're talking about short-term goals. I just have to like get the funds for that because I moved twice in like less than 6 months, I believe. So, you know, and I'm back to where I was before, which is great. So, um, you know, so I'm just you know, kind of recovering financially from that. So
Yeah, that's
you
a
know,
biggie.
yeah, well, that's what happens when you move in with someone and then realize, oh, this is a terrible mistake, and move out. So
Man,
but
Well,
yeah.
I think Aber's put it best in chat. Glad you're out of that situation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, and
we're all happy for that.
yeah.
yeah, no, thank you. So I think those are like goals that are like short term, I guess, for this year. Like I do have like a bucket list of things I want to do like in my life, which, you know, I don't know if you've thought about that, you know, for your
Oh
on your
God,
40th
no.
birthday, like your bucket list. Like I actually went through and I have like a list on my saved on my phone of like things I want to do, you know, like it was really simple at first, like years ago, like I went to Japan, and that was like my big thing on my bucket list, and I went over 10 years ago, and I was like, oh, that was like the one thing I wanted to do. And then it's like, well, what else do I want to do, you know? And
You scroll down
so
to the next one. It's die. Oh
yeah.
no.
Well, it was like something super simple, like and this was years ago when I thought about it. I was like, oh, well, maybe I want to drive like a golf cart or something, you know, like something like really
Yeah.
like lame like
Yeah.
that, but also like really cool like to me. So you know, so I've spent a lot of time just thinking about because I went through a lot of big life changes this year, like what I want to do with the rest of my life. Because, you know, you're at this age and I'm close, you know, I'm 3 years behind you to turning 40. We're at an age where if we are lucky to live, you know, a long life, we only have like another 40 to 50-ish years,
Oh God, don't put a
maybe.
number
You
on
know,
it.
like they're not,
Oh,
not to not to give you an
Wow.
right between
existential
my legs.
crisis. Yeah, I'm giving
Yeah,
you an
you're right.
existential crisis. So, you know, so it's like, well, what am I gonna do with this time? Because, like, I don't know if you felt this way. Like, I can't believe it's already November. Like, I
Oh
can't
yeah.
believe it. Like, what happened to Halloween?
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
with the time change too. I mean, it's like it's deep nighttime at 4:30 in the
Hmm.
afternoon now. It's like, no, thank you. Yep.
Yeah,
Extra hour of sleep, my ass. My ass.
I'm still
Please.
recovering. Like, I don't know if you can see my eyes, but they're like totally bloodshot because it's like the time change screws me up all the time. Like every single time, like my sleep
Yeah.
schedule is totally thrown off. So,
Yeah. Either
um,
direction. Like it doesn't make any difference to me. It just throws me the hell off.
Yeah, so but yeah, like I don't know, like if you have like a bucket list item you wanted to share, that would be cool. If you want to.
Oh man. Well,
Well,
I
and
did make it.
Yeah.
while he's thinking about that, Matthew
Couldn't
Barbarian on chat. Here comes the existential dread cast
Couldn't
crying
be-
face emoji.
Yeah.
more.
It's so
apropos.
true.
Yeah. So I did make a list of like things I wanted to do before I turned 40. I did a pretty good job on that list. I had it on my phone. I just kept plugging away at it. Both big things and small things. Just any flight of fancy that came to my brain. And I think that was, looking back, I was really worried that I wouldn't hit some of those and that like that would be like devastating to me, or I'd feel regretful about that. But actually, in hindsight, it just gave me a lot to look forward to leading up to that point. So I really recommend that. I just, figuring out something that you want to do, even if it's like impossible, or, nothing should be impossible, really. You should think of it like that. I know it's probably an old adage, but yeah, I don't know. I would really like to go to Japan. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but like that's a biggie for me. And I've always wanted to go to Australia.
Sure.
That's a real one. I don't know. I'm really afraid of poisonous things. I don't know why I would want to go there per se, but I've always had this like draw to there. So yeah, that'd be something cool to do.
Well, you've heard my buddy Greg on every episode of my show talking about how aggressively dangerous Australia is.
Yeah.
What was he talking about during episode 400? It was like some
the
like
blue-ringed
jellyfish.
octopus.
That's right.
Yeah. Very poisonous, and people love to pick it up and play with it and die
Instantly.
minutes later.
Yeah.
It's a big sport down there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like to go there.
Yeah, Greg can be your guide. He can protect you.
Yeah, I think I'll have to check in with him for sure.
You know what you could do though is you could check out like that zoo that Steve Irwin used to work at. Like his kids and his wife still work at that zoo. Like I don't know if you follow
I do
them
actually,
on Instagram, and it's just like that would be cool to go there. I think there's like a resort there now. So
oh wow, yeah, that'd be a cool place to stay. Because nothing bad happened to that family, animal-wise.
No.
Oh man,
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
No, but no, it's
too far.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the son's name is Robert, and like he's like a young man now, and he continued his father's legacy, and I think they just bred this turtle that his dad discovered for the first time in captivity. And it's an endangered species. So yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
So.
Japan, do you have any tips if I'm heading there? If I go the less poisonous route, what do you
Well,
what?
I've gone to 4 international countries, if we can count Canada. So sorry,
I usually don't,
friends.
But
like, love you, Canada.
Sorry, Lita. Yeah.
But Japan is like the safest place I've ever traveled. Like it's probably the safest I've ever felt anywhere. I'm gonna be quite honest with you about that. Like safer than even here.
Awesome.
I went with a tour group, and you don't necessarily need to do that. I did that because it's my first time traveling internationally. Someone left their wallet like in the restaurant, and we were all back at the hotel, and the restaurant owner took a cab to the hotel to return the wallet, and everything was in there. Like people are so nice. Like people are super nice there. At least that's how it was 10 years ago. My recommendation is that you do learn some of the language. I used to be fluent in Japanese. If I practiced it some more, I probably could get back into it pretty easily, because that's one of my skills is I can learn languages pretty quick. So can't math.
Yep, don't have that.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Yeah, or just get some sort of like I mean, what I did was I watched a lot of anime at the time that actually helped me learn the language. But at least know how to say like basic stuff, like where's the bathroom, like what time, like I mean,
is there pizza here, stuff like that. Just stuff to get you by day to day.
Or like thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Well,
kind of thing.
arigato, arigato
Yeah.
gozaimasu.
I don't say
And,
thank you here. I'm not going to say it over there.
yeah. Oh, that's a thing over there. At least it was like being really polite.
Oh.
But yeah, yeah, like asking like what something costs. But the tip I would get, and I don't know if it's changed, they used to be very cash based. Like you couldn't use a
Mm.
credit card to buy stuff or a debit card. Most places you had to pay in cash. And the 7-Elevens there are super nice. They're not like the ones in America. They're like dumpy. They're more like grocery stores, like maybe like a Trader Joe's, which is really weird.
Mm.
But they have ATM machines, and don't think it charges a fee to take money out of the ATMs.
Oh,
But
wow.
I mean, this could have changed. Like it was like 10 years since I've been there. But
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
but yeah, like you had to pay for a lot of stuff in cash. Like I think I used my credit card for one thing when I was there.
Oh.
So there's like one store where
right.
they're like, "Oh, we take credit card," and it was like a really special, like they made like a big deal out of it. They're like, "Oh, we take credit card," and they brought it out. Like, now that just like happens at the Apple store wherever you are. Like they bring the machine
Right.
out, and it's like, it was like a big deal in Japan. I like went and bought a watch there, and like,
My, how times have changed.
yeah. Um, Also too, and I don't think this has changed, there are no public trash cans, so you have to like be prepared to carry your trash with you.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Huh.
Yeah, and what I was told, and I could be wrong about it, was that like they were having problems with like people doing things to the trash cans, which is why like lighting them on fire or something, which is why like they just took them out of all the cities. And I was told this. I did not fact check this. So, I could have just been told this by someone over there. They were trolling
Are the
me.
two
So I
Mikes Too
did,
Furious fact
yeah,
checkers getting this?
yeah,
Yep. Okay.
yeah.
Every word? All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because I did get I had some experiences where like someone told me the wrong information. I don't know if it was like they did it. I think it was an accident, like it's unintentional, but like I was talking with someone else and they were like, "Oh, you would have like been lost if you'd went and followed their
Oh,
directions."
man.
I wanted to see this like 1,000-year-old tree, and this woman told
Oh.
me where to go see it. And so then I asked the tour guide, and she was just like, because I just would like go and wander and do my own thing, like 'cause I knew the language, and I was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go," like,
Wow.
like
Wow.
peace out tour group. Like I did some
Yeah.
stuff with them, but then I'd like disappear and do my thing. And like yeah, that my tour guide, she was just like, "Oh, like you would have been like on a bus for like 2 hours out of the city if you would listened to her." And I'm like,
Jeez.
"What?" So I don't know if that
Wow.
answered your question,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I guess I won't be going there, is what it sounds like.
well, I mean, enough people speak English like in Tokyo. I only
Hmm.
ran into a few people that didn't, because I didn't know about the garbage thing, and I was like, there are no garbage cans. um,
That's wild. That's
it was
wild.
so weird, and it's such a
That would
thing.
never fly here in the
No,
States.
no,
Although
but
people don't use them here either, so I guess if we took them away, would it be that much of a difference? Ugh.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, back to I'm gonna swing it back for 1 second. Back
Okay.
back to Transformers animated and back to Apollo's art, because
Oh, very good.
there is a it occurs to me that in this sort of hiatus where you were going through some stuff and now you're coming back to your art, you also watch Transformers animated. Now that you've kind of started getting back into the art realm, are you taking any cues from Transformers animated? Did you before with just it being part of the zeitgeist of Transformers, and now you've seen it? Like, do you find yourself doing any Transformers animatedisms in your own work?
Ooh, that's a good question. Something I have done, and I don't know if it's subconsciously an influence from animated or just in general, is I think I've simplified my artwork quite a bit. I used to be really focused, like even when I did the commission for you of Hot Shot.
Which
Um,
I love, by the way. I was just
yeah,
going to bring up
yeah. Oh, thanks, thanks. I'm
French
glad.
kiss, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I loved drawing that for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. But I've really simplified my art a lot, and I used to do like really heavy lines, and I liked how that looked, but it was like killing my wrist. Like I don't know if you can see my wrists are really small, so like um
Ugh,
so
you
like
turned it sideways and it disappeared. We didn't.
disappeared. No, but like I do get wrist pain because I am a graphic designer, so sometimes I do have to wear something like this. And
Oh,
I was
sure.
having to do that a lot, was wearing this like wrist brace when I was drawing in that old type of style. And what I'm finding now is I've kind of let go of being perfect with it, and less details, which animated's not super detailed. Like they're very stylized designs. I mean, like
Yeah,
got Starscream here still.
right,
You
right.
know,
And
I
like
think
quick, confident
yeah.
lines almost. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, so like I'd say like that's what I've taken away, and I don't know if I feel like a lot of stuff, like as an artist, it's even if you're not, like, I try to be intentional with what I do. Um and I do think animated did affect me in regards to like making my characters even more expressive, and
Mm,
playing around with that even more. Than I did before. And like I'm starting to play around more with drawing different types of angles, like with foreshortening and all these other artistic technical terms, but just like
Yeah.
dynamic and angles. I could get into all the technicalities, but like just being more dynamic, and like it doesn't have to be exact. Like if like I think it was Whirl did a live stream over the weekend. It was like a 25-hour live stream,
yeah.
um where
Yeah,
they
for
were
extra
doing,
life. Yep.
yeah, extra life. And like I asked Whirl to draw me a Starscream, and you could tell it was him. Like even though it was just like a very simplified version. And I think it's just like, as long as you capture like the essence of what it is, it doesn't need, like as a representation, it doesn't need to be perfect.
Yeah.
And I think I was becoming, for a while there before I took a break from my art, I was getting into the real um technicalities, like how Alex Milne's art is like super detailed,
Oh, yeah.
and I love
Incredibly
it.
intricate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love it. I love his work, but like I feel like I was being more influenced like that before, and getting lost in the details, whereas like I needed to step back and be more simple in my work, which is like how animated is. The new Transformers comic run, that issue 2 I believe is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's a baby series, like it just came out, but like it's very more simplified designs. So
Right. Well, I
um
think you're sort of tapping into something that's sort of like universal from Transformers, or maybe more people need to realize where, even if we're talking brand Bible stuff, when they describe Optimus in the brand Bible, it's like make sure the wheels are on the feet, and but otherwise do what you want with it. But I think we've come to grow. It's like you got to stick to that G1, and you have to stick to these certain cues, and then you have all these other influence from artists. But really, I mean, you can take something very simple, and I think that's what I love about animated, and some people hate about animated, and why it's kind of a on both ends of the spectrum show. But you can see that. I mean, it doesn't. There's just a couple cues you have to hit to show a Transformers design, and you know who that is. You could put a lineup. You could do just a very simple like line sketch, and I bet you'd ask like 100 fans, and they'd be like Starscream, Sideswipe. You know, like they just go down the line and know exactly who's who.
Absolutely. Well, and it's all about evoking the silhouette. You know, it's like there are some characters to where it's like if you see them in silhouette, you know who they are. You know, Optimus,
Yes.
Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave to an extent. You know, that Wheeljack. You know, it's like some of those folks that just have very classic Bumblebee, you know, very classic specific silhouettes to where even as iterations changed, as long as they still evoke the silhouette, like you look at like Armada Optimus, and it's like you put him in silhouette, he still presents as Optimus, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like, you know, I think of like, you know, animated Bumblebee. You know, he has some very different design changes from a traditional Bumblebee, but he's still very much Bumblebee, even in silhouette there. I wanted to bring up a comment in chat here from Abbers. I think less can be more sometimes when it comes to detail! Exclamation point. Also, I love your drawing of Coffee Time Soundwave on your Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Abbers. That's really sweet. You know, I did say something on my site formerly known as Twitter and Blue Sky recently, is that I do read all the comments I get on my work, and I do appreciate the support. You know, I know like we all get busy and stuff, and like I try to go back and respond to comments. Like I did actually go back and respond to some comments I got over the weekend, and I do read all that stuff. So as someone who's just making this stuff because I want to, thank you for that. Like that means a lot to me. And I really like how that sound wave came out too. Like I knew like I'm at this new meetup that I've been going to, and it's an artist meetup here in Portland, and they meet every Saturday morning, and we all get together and work on digital art. And I'm like, we were at a coffee shop this time, and I'm like, what should I draw? And then I'm like, everyone's drinking coffee, and I'm like, I need to work on that next Soundwave's day off. So I'm like, well, let's have Soundwave have a cup of coffee. You know, he's the world's #1 dad. You know, like, and, you know,
true.
give him one of those mugs, and you know, so that's gonna kickstart that comic strip. I still do need to think of what the next like sequential artwork's gonna be in it, but
well, I
yeah,
think you should expand and do like a full Central Perk Friends coffee shop. Let's get
yeah.
a friend, a 1-to-1 ratio of Transformers to Friends characters.
Mhm.
Just go full
Absolutely.
the full lineup.
Oh, yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
That's I understand this is like a free commission. Like now I've given you the idea. Now I'm like, just do it. Just do it. That's like a $300 print. Let's give it here.
Yeah, it's like, here, do you have money for me? No, kidding.
Yeah.
No, but speaking of things, so I need to like don't say it over the live stream, but send me your address, because you know it is your birthday, so I'll send you.
Screw it. Here it is.
Yeah. So yeah.
555.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have those knockout pins, which apparently you had some left, and Knockout, one of my favorite characters of all time in Transformers, and I just died when I saw that. I was like, how can I get one? Give me one. Give me. I need.
Yeah, well, just send me your address, and I will. I've been really busy the last few weeks, but I am off work Friday. I might be seeing you, Mike Cyber, Friday, maybe.
Maybe, but probably not. Maybe or probably
that
not.
Fell through. Okay, that's
well,
fine.
we'll see. It's TBD.
Okay.
I found a car that I think I really liked in Hillsboro, Oregon, which is like 170 miles from where I live. And longer story shorter, my wife Lucky came up with this idea of like, well, let's take the train. Well, how do we get from Portland to Hillsboro, and you know, that kind of thing. So it's like we're trying to work out logistics. But breaking news, and you know, we talked like 2 hours ago at the beginning of this stream, both Mikel Andrews, I think we need to change or incorporate our mutual vehicle problems into the podcast, because it's like two Mikes, two furious, two broken cars, or some such like that.
Our
So
alt
it's like,
modes got wrecked.
yeah, because like, so I am driving around my old car still, but like the passenger door is completely punched in, so it's got like plastic wrap, like literally saran wrap on the well, it's not literally saran wrap, it's cling wrap that the dealership put on. But anyway, it's completely tacoed in, but I could still drive it. For good or ill, because it's inclined me to kind of drag my feet a little bit. But I saw a car in Hillsboro that I really like. Turns out it's a slightly different color than I thought it was. Like when I saw it, it presented as kind of like a really dark blue, like a metallic, almost like graphite gray, black midnight type of color. Turns out the car's just black. And I'm like, I don't know if I just want black. Because like I don't know if the pictures that they took in the dealership have a bunch of like blue surfaces or something, or like that the clear coat on the car is so reflective that it's picking up the blue. Actually, you know what? Time for a visual daily double. Since we're just dinking around here on the live stream, and granted, unfortunately, I've already
people
kind
what
of
they want, Mike.
Yeah, they want visual daily doubles, and they want me to tell. Yeah, tell me stories that go nowhere. All right, give me just 1 second here. Let me click on this. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and I will ask you all a very important question that you already know the answer to. Where's the other tab? Is that? Oh, there it is. Okay.
No one. That's not important, and no one knows
what
it.
What color is this car? Is that gonna
Yes.
be the question?
What color is that? Could you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, zoom in.
I don't know if I could. Can I do that?
Oh, it looks to me like, just from that angle, it does look like a very dark blue. Like,
yeah,
blue, because of near the headlight.
We continue.
But this from the front, it looks black. But just that first
picture, that looks kind of black.
That's
now
black.
We go to this one. That's black. I see shades of blue in like the sides and stuff. Again, like a dark graphite, but like this one.
Blue.
See, like right around the wheel wells. Mm-hmm. That's blue. And this one, this is the one where I called and yelled at the guy. I'm just like, this, the picture you have on your website, that car is blue. Mm-hmm. And again, the rear here, again, it's darker. And again, to me, it presents as graphite. That's the only way I can explain it. It's like a inky blue gray. Mm-hmm. But that is,
it's like that's sexy bruise.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Which is why it caught my attention. So I've a buddy of mine at work sent me a link to a bunch of different cars that I'm looking at, and unfortunately, this was the first one I saw, and I fell for it. In fact, I copied the link, I sent it to Lucky, and I'm like, I think I'm in love, and I sent her and I haven't been able to shake it. Like, I love everything about this. Like, it's got this cool leather interior with like some like red stitching in the leather and stuff. It's very, very fancy. Got like a backup camera and all this other stuff. So now we're just helping me car shop. Yeah. But
I noticed.
It's got sunroof. I need a sunroof. Not because I open it all the time, but because I like the natural lighting. I wish I was joking, but yeah, I mean, look, this interior rocks. It's got like the fake suede in there and stuff. I mean, this car rocks. But then I reach out to the dude because, I mean, again, it's a 3-hour drive away from me. That is blue. Look at that. Anyway,
this might be a bad time, but if you could like or subscribe to the Two Mikes, Two Furious channel.
Yeah.
The car show.
But anyway, it's just like, what's Aber say here in chat? Midnight ? That is the name of the color. It's like metallic midnight black, or dark indigo. Yeah, you know what? I'll co-sign that as well. But the point being is, like, I feel like I don't know, not that it was like a bait and switch. That's not entirely accurate, but it's like the depth of disappointment that I feel but the car's got everything else I want. So I have to decide if like I can compromise on that little bit of color. Because it's got the mileage I want, it's got the year I want. It's a really cool car and I really, really like it. And the stuff that I've been looking for that's comparable here closer to home has some of the same stuff, but nothing that blows my hair back in entirety like this one, where I'm just like, my God, I'm in love. The other ones, it's like we saw a one that's a similar model year, but with like a completely different trim package. And you know how I get. You all know how I get. I'm just like, it's fine. Well, what do you it's fine. Yeah. Well, you want to go take a look at it? Sure. You know, just like nothing. Just giving nothing. I'm just like, nah, it's fine.
It's
You
your
know,
15th birthday party all over again.
Yeah, I was just aggressively indifferent. So I don't know. What's Matthew Barbario say here in the chat? It definitely seems like a dark blue in the pictures. So either reflections or maybe some Photoshop color distortion being done. Yeah, I think it's just other stuff that's in the room that's reflecting off of it, unfortunately. I don't know how we got
Matthew. I was really hoping you were going to bring it back to Transformers. I really needed someone to be the voice of logic here.
Yeah,
We're talking
yeah.
about Mike's car. To pose a question though, really quick on the car, is it possible you could get it painted blue?
Buddy of mine at work put it this way, like, because like I was getting fussy. I'm just like, just like actually fussy. And he said, well, you know, you don't like the color of your house, you can paint it. Yeah, you can't paint your car. I mean, you can, but it's prohibitively expensive.
I can't paint either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
yes, this is true.
I get it. So, but okay, well, we could talk more about your car at some point, but there are
Yes, please.
Transformers that turn into cars.
That's true.
That's a great
Okay.
save.
Look at this, trying to segue here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll just show this, just a little McDonald's Bumblebee. You guys were talking about Mac Sabbath earlier and Alpha Magnus's, cosplay. This is a McDonald's Bumblebee toy. So
I am quite passionate about McDonald's Transformers toys. So that's a big deal for me.
Little happy little guy.
I love it. I love it.
Do you have any in your collecting scheme? Have you ever come across a McDonald's toy of Transformers? Anything? There's been quite a few.
When I was a kid, I got those Mac changers or whatever. The thing that Alpha Magnus dressed up as, I had all them. But outside of that, no.
There was a Transformers animated Happy Meal toy, a toy line. They're quite nice. It was back in that era when like they were still making really good ones. So yeah, so there's some very cool ones.
I might actually have one of those. Let me see if I can grab it and you can confirm if it is one or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this one?
I actually think that might be a real one.
That's an activator.
That's an activator.
Okay.
That's an activator.
Okay.
The only reason I know that is because I got a sack of them that I'm going to show off in just a sec.
Okay. Spoiler alert. So
yeah.
I got nothing but spoilers in here. Yeah. It's like, what's that? Who's that? But oh my gosh. So but before we get into that, because I like this segue that we were on, I had to go back into chat like an hour or so. Matthew put in the chat. I gave Mac Sabbath a try through YouTube. I'll definitely be sticking to Cybertronic Spree ! And Apollo being like, I feel bad for poor Mikel Andrews because like he has to see these things for himself. But you have also experienced the Spree a couple times, and you have also experienced the Mac. I think Alpha Magnus and his cold medicine sickness kind of inhibited his ability to articulate the experience. what was your experience like seeing that double feature? Because I think you went into it just about as cold as I did.
Yeah, I did. So, my brother was visiting me from California when the Spree was going to be in town, and they weren't the headliner. We know Max Sabbath was, so I asked him. I'm like, hey, I really want to see this concert. I'm going. Like, like so I got him a ticket, and so poor
Alpha Magnus
Magnus.
still hanging out in chat. I am numb.
I still function.
Yeah, one of that. Oh,
Yeah,
that's so bad. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I probably should be on medicine too, because I haven't felt well the last few days. But yeah. So ours was at this place called the Aladdin Theater in Portland, and I'd never been there. And it's a theater that has seats. So the last time I saw the Spree, it was at a place in 2021 called the Douglas Fir, which was known as one of the best music venues in Portland. They are actually relocating that venue somewhere else, which is really weird because it like had supposedly like the best like sound in all the venues in Portland. And it's like, why are they moving places? Like it just doesn't make sense. So when I saw the Spree at the Douglas Fir, and that was in 2021, October 2021, standing room only during the pandemic. Still, people were wearing masks. We were standing like groups of us who were like there together, stood kind of together, but we were standing 6 feet apart. Like it was really weird, but it was a really good
That sounds great.
experience. And that was my first concert that I went to since the pandemic started. And the Spree gave me a shout out at that, which was cute. Like, cause I had Pogi, which is this corn dog plushie, like is kind of an inside joke with Iacon Online, and like Hot Rod was doing some inside jokes at that concert. So the second time around, which was the concert, the Max Sabbath that was talked about earlier, because I was watching the live stream earlier from my couch. It was at this place called the Aladdin Theater, sit down theater. There's a place in the front where people could stand. um I think like half the people were there to see the Spree, because when the Spree got off the stage, um, like half the room left to go meet them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and so then Max Sabbath didn't start. Like they waited quite a bit to start. I missed them starting, but this venue had TVs where it was like showing what was happening on stage. And I'm looking because I wanted to wait in line to talk with Hot Rod and RC, because I did talk to them before they went to the merch table. But like I wanted to actually like wait in line, to actually talk to them more. And like, so I was watching the TV screen, and I'm like, wait, is that guy dressed as Ronald McDonald, and is he coming out as like in a straight jacket? And I'm like looking, and it's like a train wreck I couldn't look away from. But like I really wish now I would have recorded some of this stuff, because like he kept saying like, Portland, you're crazy. Like, like,
What is
and
that?
yeah, he kept doing that, and then he kept talking about Portlandia, like I don't know why, and it's like I guess we're known for that, but like it was just things I couldn't look away from. Like he got out like the guy dressed as the Ronald's character, he got out like a ketchup and mustard bottles and just starts squeezing them. It's like on people in the crowd.
Ooh.
Like I don't know if that happened at your show, Mike. Did he
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I think it was just water, but still.
Yeah, but I was like watching, and I'm just laughing. Like I'm laughing the whole time, and like my brother loved it. Loved it. A friend of mine went to that same concert. I couldn't find her though. She said she was like sat in the back. She was like, "Oh, there's too many people here," like, and wasn't used to it. But No, I like really wish I had recorded more of the Max Sabbath stuff because it's like I laughed so much because it was like I can't believe this is happening. Um,
Wow.
to me, yeah, like to me, it came off more like a stand-up comedy. Like
Yeah.
that's like more than a music thing. Like I think music was just the bit.
Mhm.
You know, and it was more stand-up comedy. Like at one point, like he gets a giant straw out. Did he do this at your show, Mike, where like he
Yes.
snorts it and he's like, oh, that's just ants, he's like, this is a kid-friendly show. And like there were people who had their kids there, and I was like, I don't think this is kid-friendly. Like
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, there were
looking
kids
at
at my
this.
show too. It was wild.
Yeah. So
Bizarre.
yeah, it was very, very strange. But you know, we're fans of Transformers, you know, so we're fans of the spree. I think to normal people, that's weird too, you know, and
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know,
No,
like
no.
you know, like you know, you're like, no, that's your but
Maybe.
yeah, cause like my brother, he's like not in fandom spaces. So like I asked him, I'm like, well, what did you think? And he's like, well, the Spree was a better band. Like he said that, like hands down. Like he's like musically they're a better band, but he really liked Max Sabbath for their bit. Like because we just thought it was like a whole comedy thing, honestly. Like
Yeah.
because his
It's
singing
a
was okay.
show. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of like an experience. It's not like music. Well,
Right.
but it is. It's like an, you know, and like what bravery it takes. Like this is how I thought of it is like, you know, just to be able to express yourself is a way of art. Um, so, but my brother even said he was like, well, you know, liking Transformers like is kind of out of the norm too. Like, you know,
Whoa, whoa,
I know,
whoa.
I
And
know.
he's still your brother?
Well, whether yeah, he's still my brother.
Debatable.
Yeah.
That's
All
but
right, I'll allow it.
yeah, yeah. But but no, and he really, you know, and I like the Spree a lot. You know, we went to see them, so
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, and it's fascinating too. And I've talked about this before with regards to Cybertronic Spree. I am still surprised by the lack of overlap between fans of the Cybertronic Spree and Transformers fans, because they are two separate groups. And I think folks like me and Apollo are kind of like the weird exception. And, you know, and some of our other friends too, you know, like Andy and Sparks and Frag and, you know, the Iacon gang. But um, I could count on one hand the folks that I connected with at the Cybertronic Spree show who are like into Transformers. Madness. I cannot figure that one out. Still, you know, even after all these years, because you know there are folks like, oh yeah, I remember Transformers for when I was a kid, you know, that kind of thing. But like in terms of like contemporary, I'm part of the fandom. Not so much. Very
yeah.
odd.
Yeah, that happened at my show too. Like there was a guy who started talking with me because I wore my Cybertronic Spree shirt, but like I wore a sweatshirt too. I have a Starscream hoodie that like, you know,
Mm,
you zip it up and it looks like you're wearing Starscream's body. And so I was wearing that, and so this guy started chatting me up he was wearing a Soundwaves shirt, and he wasn't a part, like I didn't recognize anyone there that was part of like Transformers fandom on the internet,
right.
but they were fans, you know,
Yeah.
and they collect the toys. Like I talked to a few people there who are toy collectors, and they are fans of Transformers. But as far as I know, they're no one like in the fandom online, and I don't know if
Right.
it's because they're lurkers or if they're not even a part of it at all.
Hmm.
So
Right. Well, well, actually, I have the answer and I don't even realize it, because I've talked about this on the show before, and I kind of No, I talked about it on a different show. I forgot what show I'm doing for a sec. Good Lord. There's a Freudian slip. I talked about this on
there's
Mike
a
Seibert
lesson
Radio
there, is
before.
what there really is.
Holy smokes. Good Lord. I was a fan of Cybertronic Spree before I was participating in Transformers fandom by over a year. Like I interviewed them for my old radio show on KGRG. And that was 2 years before I started podcasting about Transformers. That's 2 years before I go to a TF con. That's 2 years before I meet any of you people. But I was excited about Cybertronic Spree because I like Transformers the movie. I like the music of Transformers the movie, and I like that music, and I like independent music, and it worked out really well. So I'm the guy that we're talking about here, of like that overlap of folks that just like the band but don't necessarily participate in Transformers fandom. I was literally that guy, and it just now occurred to me that we were talking about it. So wild.
Yeah.
It is wild.
Oh, wanted to shout out though that the Spree,
Yes.
they're awesome. Hi, Hot Rod and RC, if you're listening, and the others. So they had these cool USBs that transform into Ravage. And it has their new album on there. And then I also got this keychain, so with their logo. But I did though.
I think the Spree are the reason that I can no longer get that USB drive on Amazon, because I literally search for it like every couple of weeks, and it's like out of stock.
Oh no. Oh
well, Alpha Magnus talked about this when he was on our show for Thrill of the Hunt, and yeah, so all of his friends buy him those knockoffs. So he's got like a drawer full of them and stuff. So, but I wonder if Cybertronic Spree bought them all up to repackage as as that. Yeah, because Apollo, that's a neat little USB. I got one of those with my Kickstarter incentives as well. It's really fun. Alpha Magnus, I really wanted to get the cassette. I think he's saying he wanted to get the cassette. The cassette rules, and it sounds great. Matthew, I always love hearing people say they don't know what the Spree was before the show and left loving them. That to me shows that they are way more than a gimmick band.
Oh, that's so cool.
No, they sent me a link for the USB as if I've never seen it. LOL. I don't have any LOL. Okay, my mistake. You people. It is weird. Were there like 1 to 3 cosplayers at your shows? I would expect more. Yeah, I could. There were about at least a half a dozen cosplayers at my show. Cybertronic Perceptor, who dresses up as Perceptor in a very Cybertronic Spree-esque outfit. They were there. But more than anything, there were a lot of people for the Mac. Like there were like young ladies dressed up like the Mac Sabbath guy, and I'm just like, I don't know how this makes me feel. Yeah, but yeah, there were a lot of folks in costume at my show.
Yeah, at mine there were a lot of people like who supported Transformers wearing Transformers related stuff. Like there were a few cosplayers, there were some people dressed like robot characters, but most of the people dressed up were dressed as Mac Sabbath characters. Even like there were a few kids at this show with their parents, and they were dressed as creepy clowns, and I was like, like these like really little kids, and I'm like, I don't know if this is like appropriate. Like
I believe those were juggalos. Is that the term?
Yeah.
Juggalos?
Have some Faygo.
Yeah.
What's Faygo?
Yeah.
They have a soda and everything. Juggalos are weird, dude. I don't get it. Good gravy.
Yeah. There was something I was going to say and I forgot. That's okay.
That's okay. There was something I was going to say and I remembered.
Yeah.
No, I was actually going to, if I I don't want to be presumptuous, but can I bring this back to Transformers animated for just a second?
You can try. You've tried so many times. It's like, one, we're talking about Transformers animated. Two, it's my birthday, motherfuckers. And you people talking about Mac fucking Sabbath. I don't even know what a Mac Sabbath is.
I was going to watch Starship Troopers, and I'm here with you guys, so you're going to listen to everything I have to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, real quick aside, because I love talking about myself on my birthday. Starship Troopers came out on my birthday, my 13th birthday, and I was so excited to see the movie. And I planned my whole birthday for months. I was collecting like the magazines and the posters from Starship Troopers. I had to see it. I was obsessed with it before I ever saw an inch of it. And the day, I don't know if you remember this, if anyone was alive enough, but there was like it was unrated, or like this film has not yet been rated for like months and months. Which is probably like days and weeks, but to me it felt like months and months. But the day of my birthday party, they gave it the R rating, and one of the kids in my group wasn't allowed to see R movies, and I was like, no. We had to go see Rocket Man, the Disney one.
Rocket Man, the Disney one?
Yeah.
What is Rocket Man, the Disney one?
It's like a guy who got accidentally put on a NASA shuttle, and farts in his spacesuit, and the tube gets tied, so the fart shows up in the tube. So it's pretty much the same movie. I couldn't tell the difference.
Is that a Rob Schneider in there?
No, the guy. It's the friend that gets arrested in the movie Half Baked. I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah, this dipshit. Yeah, give me a sec here. Fucking hang on. Share my screen. Because this is like an iconic poster, and it's just like, look at this fucking shit.
It is. Not Starship Troopers. But
No.
That was my 13th birthday, ladies and gentlemen.
So my question for you then, Mikel Andrews.
Yes.
So because like it may have been asked and answered already with regards to, poor baby 13-year-old Mikel Andrews. Did you have any idea what that movie was before you saw it?
No, I guess not really.
Okay, I was gonna say, because like I remember, so I was, how old was I? Because I'd have been 17 or 18. I was old enough to go see it, and like I got like a full beard at this point, so I could pass for like 30 or some shit like that. But anyway, the commercials did not necessarily convey the entirety of what that movie is, both for good and for ill, because I was familiar with Paul Verhoeven's work. I was a huge fan of RoboCop. Like I saw RoboCop when I was like
about Starship Troopers.
Yeah,
yes.
It's like, wait, which
yeah.
movie
I thought you meant Rocket Man.
No, I'm not talking about Rocket Man.
I didn't know what the. Yes,
Fucking
I knew
Rocket.
Starship Troopers. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I apologize. That was uncalled for.
Sure.
No, I should have said Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
did you know what Starship Troopers was before you went to go see it?
Well, I mean, I knew there was like cool space bugs, I guess.
Okay.
I didn't know there was going to be
the kind
a shower
that did
scene.
Oh, sure. Bugs did 9/11, by the way. Okay. So now I don't know where to go with that. I guess even at 17, I was ill-equipped for the graphic violence and the gratuitous nudity and all that other delightfully R-rated stuff that you would expect from a Paul Verhoeven movie. But like, I wasn't smart enough to put two and two together. Like, I'm smart enough to know directors, but like, I'm not smart enough to know that's like, oh, that's what their thing is. So, RoboCop, Total Recall, Basic Instinct, what's another one with the graphic ultra violence, but anyway, so it's that movie.
Showgirls.
And oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. But anyway, it's like, I I didn't quite know it was going to be that. And I think a lot of fans of like the novel didn't know that either, because it is not the novel. It's just kind of more
I
or
love
less
that movie. I was like, print is dead. Fuck the novel.
No, yeah, well. So anyway, yeah, I was just wondering if 13-year-old Mikel Andrews knew what he was getting into, because speaking of RoboCop,
well, 13-year-old Mikel Andrews, to be fair, didn't get into it. I wasn't allowed to see it because of my friend that came with. So it was a while, back in that day, it was a while before I got to see it.
Right. So once you finally saw it, it's like, ooh, there's boobers in it or something like that. Yeah. All right.
Well, I was very advanced for my age. That didn't shock me too much, but some of my friends were a little startled. Yeah.
I'll bet. All right. So enough Starship Troopers legislation there, I guess.
Yeah, hold on. I was going to get to an actual Transformers related question. So let's see if I can remember. Yeah, why are we doing this?
I mean, we've got like a whole brief of stuff that we may or may not get to. I got a sack of stuff to show off that we may not get into. It's like,
okay, I want to see the sack of stuff. This is my birthday wish. I want to see the sack. But let's. But I have a quick question for Apollo, because we should have been asking this the whole time. We've been talking about the human villains because I think they're kind of funny and sassy. But do you have like a favorite character, like Autobot character from the show? Like, did anyone resonate with you? Were you surprised did you think anyone was a dick, particularly in the Autobot lineup?
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Yeah. Oh, well, I actually like the take they did of Optimus Prime.
That's me. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that you banging the counter? Yes. Well, that's what I get for banging the counter.
Yeah.
Who else would be banging the counter? There's nobody.
Those are imported granite countertops from Italy. You don't.
I wish. The finest Formica around. Anyway, I'm sorry.
The finest Formica around.
Hey.
I think like as a fandom, we're really stuck on Peter Cullen being Optimus Prime. I love Peter Cullen's Optimus Prime, space dad. Like, he's our space dad,
Yeah.
Our space robot dad. But I like David Kay's Optimus. I really do. And I really, I really liked, it's kind of just his normal voice. But like, I like that he was young and inexperienced, the character, and that he had to well, that's all I'll say. And but like he isn't like this leader. Like, he was just kind of like, oh, I guess I am one. But absolutely. Like, it shows how he rose up into being a leader, and I really wish Transformers was more like that with Optimus Prime, because as we've talked about this many times, I'm sure, like, we want something besides G1. I love G1.
Yeah.
I love it. But like, but look, you get cool designs, like cool characters, cool takes. Like, Steve Bloom, Alpha Magnus, like, said this earlier. Like, I'm team Steve Bloom's Starscream. Like, and he's voiced Starscream twice. I like Frank's version too, Frank Tadaro's from the War for Cybertron line. We didn't really have this problem with the character Starscream because, Chris Latta, rest in peace, is no longer with us. We've had different people voicing this character. So we've had different expressions of him, and we're kind of stuck on Peter Cullen being Optimus Prime, and so I really loved this version of Optimus Prime. He's probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite. But G1, still has a special place in my heart, that G1 Optimus. But I like animated Optimus Prime. I like animated Prowl. I think he's really cool. He's really into, like, meditating and all that, like a ninja type character. I think he's really cool. I think that's a good take for that character because seems to be very uptight in a lot of iterations of that character. And I like that his alt mode's a motorcycle. If I'm remembering correctly. I like that. I know you were referring to Sentinel Prime, right? With the who's the dick, right?
No, actually, Prowl's the dick in
Prowl's
our
the dick.
world.
Yeah,
but he starts as a dick for one episode. Sentinel Prime's a dick. Spoiler alerts.
Sorry.
The whole show.
Yeah, I don't know if you've run into.
There is no arc there. It's just upward dick. Gotta watch myself.
Yeah. No, but like I think.
Careful. Don't make me fire off the siren.
You have to kick me off the show as I inadvertently say spoilers.
Yes.
No, but I really like Prowl's character because he does. Yeah, he is uptight at first, but like he changes. That's all I'll say. He changes.
Yeah.
Well,
we've seen it in episode 1, so that's safe territory. But yeah, we saw his growth right away.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, good. I didn't spoil it completely, but
right.
Let me look at the wiki really quick just to make sure I don't accidentally spoil it.
Well, while you're doing that, why don't we bring on another guest? Apollo, you want to hang around for a while?
I can hang around for a little more, but then I should.
Yes, please just slide down the couch. Stay a little bit longer. I would love.
Yeah. Let's just do that. Because while you're looking through the wiki, guess what, motherfuckers? Here comes a new challenger.
Beep, 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 beep.
Fuck, it's Aaron.
Hey,
hey,
buddy. Everybody.
Oh, it's
the old dragon himself.
It's going. It's going. And hey, do we want to bring Alpha Magnus back on and just like make this a fucking Brady Bunch?
Yeah.
But I don't get my own special time before you bring on that champion.
Dude, he's dude. Are you down with the sickness also? What is it? What is it with all of our friends? Dude,
what a nice birthday.
I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one that got sick. Like I drank that fucking Orlando water and felt like crap for the entirety of TFCon weekend. And I get home and I'm just like, man, I just been feeling off, dude. And it's like, did you drink the water? I'm like, of course I did. I always drink water. Well, there's your problem. I'm like, what? Your water is toxic to humans? Well, no, it just give you the tummy trouble. I'm like, I know. So then I just drank alcohol the whole rest of the time, and then I was fine. But unfortunately, the damage was already done. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. Hey, happy 40th birthday
to
Mikel Andrews.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's a fine year.
It is.
And you're a fine person. Look at you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Look at how handsome you are.
Yeah. My next double pizza chin from all the pizza I've been eating.
It suits you. Eat more pizza. You just get better looking with every
That's my catchphrase.
slice.
Oh my god.
What is your pizza?
Also, congrats, Micatron Rising Part 2. It's a great episode.
It sure was.
I was like, I don't know where he's going with this.
Sure was.
I'm saying you finished this season. That's an awesome work.
Micatron Rising Part 2. An absolute piece of garbage that this world has no place for. No, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
that would have been a good birthday greeting for you. And
I love a good roast.
Apollo here. I should say, well, I have this. I fished this out of my basement.
Is that like a pound of Coke?
Kids love unwrapping videos, right?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I love selling blow.
This is ASMR.
I put that brick in your face. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it?
I think we have the same thing, right? The same toy. Whoop, whoop, whoop. In case somebody was wondering what this looks like in alt mode.
I love it.
Did it come with little blasters that could shoot out of it at some point? Like little arm cannon blastery things?
I think so, but the one I bought off eBay did not have those. So,
and I don't
Yeah,
have
like-
that one yet
yeah.
in my
That's
collection
mine because they are not in here. Yeah, there's a little hole for it.
I find it strange.
Anyway,
that
this
I
is
have
a stellar
I have
toy. I mean,
I have an entire shelf of animated figures. I have no room left on my animated shelf, and literally, like, all the figures you have, every figure Mike Seibert has gotten in the course of this show, I don't have. I don't know what else can go on that shelf, but I'm missing so many.
Yeah.
what are you
there's,
missing?
Yeah, like who are you missing?
Bumblebee, standard Bumblebee, this Starscream that you guys have.
Huh.
I think I always tried to aim for like the deeper cuts, but now I really am sad I missed the core cast.
Yeah, it's a pity.
It's a huge.
It's like somebody could walk into your collection and not care about it at all because you don't have any.
It's
Just
a
because I
damn
have
shame.
three
iconic
three
heroes.
entire bookshelves of Revenge of the Fallen toys. You think you
Yeah.
can say that?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I think you know what it's like to have a collection nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You
Uh,
care.
Alpha-
though.
Then you really might know what it's like to have the blues.
That's right.
Oh.
Alpha Magnus in the chat. I might have those blasters. I have a box of parts.
He's
Ooh.
probably made like a matchstick for some other figure using those blasters.
Also, I found that snarl. I don't have the Magma Club. Well, I don't know if you want to be
Okay.
in the Magma Club.
Yeah.
That's not a good place to be.
How did he take over the show via the chat?
I don't know. I know that's like he's just chatting. Like
Once you got on, we're like, let's go to the chat. That's got to be
Yeah.
something good.
No, once I got on, we were like, let's not talk to this guy.
Yeah.
Bring on Alpha Magnus. He's
Yeah.
Is there any like cold text coming through that we can do instead?
I don't know. Fine. We won't go to the text then. Fuck. I don't care.
No, you could. I'm just
Whatever the-
joking.
whatever
And
the
I
fuck
was
you
also
want, I don't
joking
care.
about bring Alpha Magnus on if he wants to come on. I'm not sick. I'm just
Yeah.
perpetually stuffed up, by the way. I'm just.
Yeah.
Actually,
That's
now
for
that
sure.
Aaron's on,
It's-
can we talk about Mike's car for a second more? Like what
Yeah.
that color was?
Is it blue or is it black? The world may never know.
Yanny.
What do you think it is?
Floral. Yanny.
Well, they
Doesn't
build it
matter.
as black, so I tend
They
to think
build
it's probably black.
Okay.
But man, that would suck to drive 100 and something miles to find out it's not what you want at all.
Yeah.
Don't do
So
it.
I'm not going to be doing that.
Can I compliment the color of your video? I want to white. Can I white balance
I don't
my
think you
video?
can. It's
My
2023.
room looks green on my screen here. I'm hating this.
What?
Give me some video editing tools.
I'll have to ask what color.
I don't go to the fucking
walls are.
settings. I don't know.
No, I don't-
And artist, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you guys have an IT department on this birthday bash podcast?
Yeah, call in IT.
No,
All right,
jokes
take it
aside,
back
Aaron,
over,
I'm glad
guys.
you're here.
Happy
Thank you
birthday.
for coming.
Congratulations. Apollo, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you since DC 2019.
Yeah.
Nobody has,
Oh my
maybe. Right?
No.
true.
Well, Mike's seen me, Mike Seibert, but we live close enough where we can drive to see each other.
It's true.
Yeah. I
Which
know
that
yeah.
well, it's so exciting because we're gonna spend part of Thanksgiving together.
Yes, we
We're gonna watch that football club from Seattle take on that other football club from the dreaded San Francisco. It's gonna be great.
the
I'm
Niners.
I'm looking forward to that.
Sports.
Yeah.
You know what, Mikel Andrews, I'm sorry that you don't like stuff. You don't like music concerts. You don't like football games. Happy
Yeah.
birthday. I'm sorry
No,
there's
like
nothing
music
for you.
concerts, I've got Taylor Swift on. I went to the era.
I like Taylor. I love
Oh, you
Taylor.
do?
This is
Oh.
something I can talk about.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Big Taylor
oh,
fan. Big Taylor fan.
Oh. Are you signed up?
1989 was my favorite album.
Me too. Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you get the new vinyl?
No.
For 40
Abbas knows
bucks.
what's up.
What's a vinyl? I
have
hate
it on
vinyl.
my-
Go vinyl. Ugh. No.
Well, no, I don't have a vinyl player. I just bought it. Like,
I will
um,
say this: if you were any of my other friends, I would
Why?
call you a real douchebag right now, but I think there is something very.
I thought I was the grouchy
Here, let
one.
me
What is
grab
happening?
some things.
Coming up,
Dude.
That's a common reaction to me.
Bye.
I find
Oh,
something
nice.
very like aesthetic and cool about vinyl.
Ooh, Target exclusive.
Target
Yeah.
exclusive.
Yeah. Right next to the Python Patrol and Tiger Force and all those other buzzworthy bumblebees.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. 1989. Oh, man.
I went all
The
in on
best.
1989. Well, not all in, but like
That's great.
Jesus Christ, is that a Transformers the movie soundtrack? Good God.
no, but like
It's like,
no,
how many
I
copies of that do I
Let
need?
me see. Like I went all in on Taylor Swift's shit. Like the exclusive movie bucket.
Oh, now we know you've been to the movie and
Yeah.
paid $40 for the bucket of popcorn. I wish I was Taylor Swift because she can do anything and make $1 billion.
Yes.
What do you think the market is for piles of Taylor Swift poop? You know, people would buy that.
I can
Mike,
tell you the
you
exact
wouldn't,
price,
and I
actually.
Get on eBay.
Yeah, eBay.
You paid $19.95 for the movie. Is that how much it cost? My family went, so
at IMAX. Yeah,
I'm just
I've
like,
seen
what
it
a rip.
twice on fake IMAX.
You've paid
and real
$40.
IMAX.
Oh, you've been listening to Mike Seibert too much about fake IMAX. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I ruined IMAX for you.
You ruined it for me, but I saw it at the real IMAX. We have a real IMAX at OMSI here.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
I can't wait to see the film right now. I watched the Reputation movie that's on Netflix or whatever, and I cry every time. I get very emotional about Taylor Swift. I'm going to be honest. In my old age here, I've become very emotional about Taylor.
Tell me more. How come? What is it about the music of the Swift that moves you?
You know, and here's something. I also like Olivia Rodrigo, and they're sort of like in the same vein. And I think it comes down to they're both great writers. Like, if Taylor wants to switch to like novel writing, we're all in trouble. Like, she is an incredible storyteller, and I just think that's what sets her apart from everyone.
Cool.
Nobody has any.
I'm just sitting here thinking if she writes a novel, it doesn't matter. She's going to make $1 zillion.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, at this point, right. I guess what I'm saying, I should have said, like, if she wrote something under a pen name, we'd all be in trouble. Like, the quality speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So with our vinyl legislation, a couple folks kind of weighed into the chat that nobody wants to look at. Let's see, Matthew. I got the 2 Cybertronic Spree vinyls. I just got her the coolest records I've ever seen. The Matrix of Leadership Explosion variant of the Transformers 1986 album is so cool. I co-sign that. I have 5 copies of Transformers 1986 from the Cybertronic Spree on vinyl. So yeah.
Which one is Taylor's version?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
And Alpha Magnus, I got the 1986 Cyber Spree and Word Burglar Cobra Island vinyl. I got that too. I have 5 vinyls and I don't own a record player. I listen to Hot Garbage. I cannot judge others. So am I the only person that listens to my vinyl records on my record player? That's so weird.
What is that?
Because
I have 2 record players and they're both broken.
Oh.
We just have vinyl. We don't listen to them. I have CDs. I don't listen to either. So.
What do you do with them?
I don't know. Well, my car does have a CD player, so sometimes I will use them. So.
As coasters.
Yeah. Just to look at.
Because. Well, it's wild.
I need something to remember to pull out of her car when she sells it. Like, don't forget to open your console and fish out your CDs you haven't thought about in 8 years.
No, I actually got to get to so Mike, do you like to be called Mike or Michael?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, I guess
don't
I
like
like
to be called
Michael.
Michael.
Because
Okay.
he's a Mike, I'm a Michael.
Okay.
I'll take whatever
Okay.
you got, really.
Okay. So
Mikey's all right.
I
If
actually
you feel
got
comfortable with that.
yeah, so I actually got super emotional. Like I'll share my story about Taylor Swift. So I did see the eras. Like if you can, did you sign up to get tickets for the Vancouver show?
No.
No.
Because
Okay.
I don't
Well, you don't
do
like
things.
concerts?
I don't go anywhere or do anything. But
No.
yeah,
No. Okay. Anyways, well, that's a different story. So the
we'll get there.
1989 album is my favorite album. And you brought up
Oh, yeah.
Aaron the car thing because that CD lived in my car when it came out, like the original one. Like I didn't have the deluxe version. That was the only I did not like Taylor Swift before that album came out. I did not. I was like, "Oh god, it's that song that's on the radio about the girl saying, she likes t-shirts or whatever." Like I,
Yeah.
I'm like sitting on the bleachers. I'm like, "Oh god, I'm forced to learn this song whether I want to or not." But that album, because it wasn't country, like I don't know, something clicked with me about it, and that album lived in my car. That and Lana Del Rey's debut CD,
Oh,
those lived in my car, my old
yeah.
car. And I was looking through my CDs a few weeks ago when 1989 Taylor's version came out because I'm like, oh, I'll pull out my version of the CD and I look in my CDs, it's not there. Everything else is. All my Lana Del Rey CDs, because I have most of her CDs of everything she's done. I don't think I have like the last two albums or something, but all my other CDs are in there. That 1989 album is gone and I got pretty emotional about that specific CD that lived in my car, my old car for like years being gone. Like I went down into the parking garage here where I live to look for the CD cuz I'm like, well maybe I put it in my new car. Nope. My brother has my old car, so I'm like, hey, can you check and see if the CD's in your car? Wasn't in the car, so I don't know what happened to it, but the fact, and it's kind of like how we've talked about, like, you have like things from our childhood or from when we're younger, like our Transformer toys or just toys we've had and we got rid of and then have had to rebuy as adults. Like there's something about having the one from your childhood or from like that period of time. It means a lot more than like rebuying it like years later, to me at least. So I don't know, it was just interesting thinking about that.
Oh, that makes sense. There's nostalgic value to that real item, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of I don't know if any of you folks listen to Triple Takeover, but they're constantly talking about selling and buying and rebuying stuff, and I've never understood that because the stuff that I sell, I'm done with and don't want anymore, and I don't think
Says the guy that goes to Ross and buys everything on the shelf, and we're supposed to feel something. Some of us have like real, stuff. Ooh. Mike's muting himself. All right. That's...
I think there might be a fight.
No, I'm just adjusting my chair. It's fine. Okay. It's fine.
No, but I just, some of us, I've experienced that. I've, curated this very tight collection. I've come across hard times. I sell it and I just go, I get a little money back in my pocket and I'm just like, I miss that so much. I miss it so bad. You just really have to, I guess, don't you have anything like that, Mike? Like, do you have anything like you're so connected to, and if you had to sell it for financial reasons, you'd be looking to get it back the first minute you could?
I don't know. Well, but I think.
Oh, they're rich.
No, I think I guess. No, I think that's either I'm operating from a false premise or that's a false equivalency. I'm not sure what it is because
I've been known to do those.
I don't sell the stuff I want to keep. So the stuff that I want, I hang on to even when it's irrational for me to do so. So like I haven't I haven't thought to like sell toys and stuff for like financial reasons. I've sold toys, but it's because I don't. I mean, I guess I just haven't been in that position, I guess.
Well, at least Transformers wise, you've kind of gotten into the collecting game a little bit later than most, right?
Right.
Right. So maybe you didn't go through like a, tumultuous time where you're like, I need to sell this off just to pay my rent or something.
Well, like exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have that particular life experience.
Oh, fortunately, you have it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Well, no, it sounds like it could be a character building exercise or something. But no, I like when I moved, I sold a bunch of stuff. Like, I sold all my like Power of the Force 2 figures, figures I had been hanging on to for 20 years. And sold them because I realized that I wanted more room for Transformers, like, interest shift, taste change, that kind of thing. Like I had a 2001 Robots in Disguise Optimus Prime, the fire truck. I bought that from KB Toys on clearance for $20. And when I moved, I sold it for a decent amount, but I was still young enough in the fandom where I probably could have sold it in person at a convention for probably like twice to 3 times what I ended up getting for it. I ended up like shipping it somewhere. But anyway, it was just like I sold it because I didn't want it anymore. It was, I mean, it's the Marie Kondo thing. It's like, does it spark joy? No, it's just taking up room on my shelf at a point where I know my interests are changing. Like, oh, hey, I like these alternators now. Oh, I like these vinyl techs now. Quintesson Pit of Judgment. Ooh, I got to figure out a way to put that. Studio Series 86. Oh shit, I got to figure out where to put that stuff. G.I. Joe Classified series. I have an entire bookcase now that is full of G.I. Joe Classified series that I had no intention to getting into that line, but suddenly I'm like, oh, I'm kind of all in on this. Oh no. So yeah, my collector journey has been very interesting over the last 3 years. I went from picking up knickknacks and junk to kind of having a almost curated collection, but still not. Like I pick up a TFCon exclusive figure that looks like Batman. Do I have a bunch of Batman stuff? No. Do I have other third-party figures for it to interact with? No. I just think he looks cool, so I bought him. So now
it's okay to have some oddities.
Yeah. Well, Aaron, you've seen my collection. It is eclectic and vast. It's just like it's just a bunch of shit, really, more than anything.
Well, and actually, no more shade. Sorry, Mike, I was just joking earlier, but like I'm curious in the chat, in the people that are in the call right now, do you have something that you've sold that you wish you could get back, or that you did get back? Is there something you've bought twice? Or Mike Seibert, can you anticipate a day where a figure you would not want to let go and maybe fight to get it back?
Right, but I guess, and that's where I'm puzzled about where to come from, because I don't have anything that I would let go of to begin with to get back. So like for example, my family is going to have to figure out what to do with my G1 Fort Max after I'm dead, because I'm not going to. What am I going to do? Sell it? It's missing the radar dish and it's half yellowed, but it's my childhood Fort Max. It's a story I've told on literally every podcast I've been on. It's like, oh man, it was Christmas Eve and I thought it was a Nintendo. Oops, it's Fortress Maximus, and all that.
Well,
other
I think
stuff.
that's your answer, actually. I mean,
right.
If something came about, if some crazy apocalyptic event came out that you had to get rid of that, I think, you'd chase that down.
Right. Right. And as I said, like, maybe I'm not understanding the brief, but it's like I wouldn't be in a position to be able to have to get rid of it to begin with. So that's again, I don't mean to be a poopy pants about it, and but yeah, it's just like
privilege pants, Mary. Fuck, you guys get it.
Yeah, they get it. All right,
blew it. Aaron, have you ever sold something from you're like a big third party guy? Have you ever sold anything that's like, I shouldn't have done that?
No, not really. I think that the regrets I have are just letting go of everything I had as a kid. I had a nice little G1 collection, and maybe I have one figure that still remains from that, and just sold off at garage sales and stuff so I could buy a Nintendo. So
Nintendo fucking rocks.
Yeah, man.
It's like there was a split second where I was like, Fortress Maximus, I wanted the Nintendo action set.
It has Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, but I think I'd say that's definitely my biggest regret, though. What about you?
Oof. Well, actually, I let go getting back to Transformers animated. I let go of a Prowl animated figure, and I could probably get that back at this day and age, but at the time, my girlfriend at the time got it for me, and then it was like a bad breakup, and I was like, "Fuck this! I don't need it." Just got rid of it. And the same thing with Sentinel Prime. And interestingly enough, the very first TFCon I walked into, the dealer room, I went beelined right to Sentinel Prime on the card and bought it back. So, nice. That says something about me a little bit. I think I did feel that regret. That was like one. It was on my list, and I went right to it the first thing I walked in the door. Apollo, anything for you?
Yeah, well, Michael, getting back on, kind of jumping in on your similar experience. So, I gave my gigawatt to that guy I was with for like almost a year and a half that I broke up with back in March, and I really regret giving it to him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I really but at the time, like, he was a huge Back to the Future fan, and I was like, oh, well, this is perfect, like, I don't want this. And now I'm just kind of like low key on that sideswipe quest that Mike Seibert inspired me to be on. And so now I'm just like, oh, I wish I had that gigawatt.
This leads me to like a side question. Has anyone given a Transformer to a partner and regretted it? Like a this just reminds me of you, or a commemorate, or like, this is something I'm passionate about, so here, have it. Because I have a few, but has anyone else ever experienced this?
No.
Really? Aaron, never?
No.
Aaron keeps his collection so private. Anyone he's ever dated has never known about this.
That's right. I never let my wife in this room.
Yeah, she still doesn't know. Still doesn't know he likes Transformers at all.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I gotta tell you something funny though, Michael. So and everyone. So I dated a guy for like a month back in like mid-May, beginning of June, and like, I gave him, like, I had a core class Soundwave because he was a huge Soundwave guy, so I gave that to him. And then I did end up getting back together with him for like a week. We broke up for like a week or two, and then I got back together with him for a week. But I went to Cybfest, and I had it was a G1 reissue of Soundwave, and I was originally going to buy it for him, but I knew it was over with this guy because I thought about like giving it to him, and when I don't want to give it to this guy, so I don't think
that was the barometer of your relationship.
yeah. Like,
that's
I don't want to give my Soundwave away.
Was that one in a bag or was it in a box?
In a box.
Was Mike Seibert the guy you dated for a week? Soundwave? Oh my God, this is all tracking.
Jesus.
Nope, Mike's married. I don't go there.
The only
That was a
reason why
test.
I ask is because like there was a dealer who was on the opposite side of the room from your artist table at Cybfest, and he had a bagged loose Soundwave reissue that I picked up and put down and said, you know what, I'm going to do one more lap later. If it's still there, I'll buy it. It was not there. So I was
Wow.
thinking that perhaps you would pick that one up. I'm like, you bought my Soundwave. God damn it. but no.
Instead of you sunk
Yeah.
my battleship, it's you bought my Soundwave.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this was someone who, like, on Facebook, like in that group, I had posted like, "Hey, does anyone have a G1 Soundwave?" And someone messaged me in that group. So like, I'd already like pre-bought it
Brokered the
before the
deal.
convention.
Ooh.
Yeah. So like, I did not buy your Soundwave, Mike. This was a different one.
It's fine. I'm
But
just kidding.
but at that same convention, someone did hand me a giant Starscream. I'm blanking on his name, but like he was like, "Here, I know you're a fan. This is for you."
It was
Like,
the Cybertron one.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
like ultra leader class or some shit. The big one, the big fucking one.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I
it
think
right now, and it was like,
He's so big.
yeah, was not prepared.
Yeah.
I remember that thing in Walmart's. Is it very articulated? Do its elbows move or anything?
I don't know. I'm kind of afraid to try to move it. Let
Do
me
it
go
right now.
grab
This is
it.
good.
Hold on.
This is what we need for subscribers. Try to
Here,
move
hold
the
on.
This is
elbows.
content, baby.
Yeah, so I have that poster that you got, Aaron, that you gave me. It's up above my Starscream shrine.
Oh, that
So I
one.
have it up. It's framed. But yeah, so this is
Yeah.
him. Let's see if it breaks. Like, oh wait, oh, it
Snaps at the
can't.
elbow.
Ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen,
so its
like and
elbows do
subscribe.
Yeah, here we go. Here's some ratcheting.
Ooh,
Yeah.
hard ratchets.
My
Easy.
very favorite thing, people ratcheting toys on a podcast.
Oh,
I
it looks
love
like
it.
he can.
Oh, he's even
Kind of
got a thigh
flexible, maybe.
swivel.
Yeah, he
This
could
is
do
more
some
advanced than I
yoga.
thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh wow,
good.
Does it have hand articulation?
Let's see.
Or is it just a hole in a brick?
It's just a hole in a brick.
Yeah.
We still,
Okay.
what are we talking about here?
I was gonna say, Jesus, the towers were still standing when that figure came out with fucking hand articulation. Jesus.
The alternators were out and they had hand articulation, and that's a big figure.
Oh,
That's
see,
true.
his head can move side to
That's
side.
true.
Can't move
Wow.
up to down though.
I'm out.
I like the sculpt of it.
Yeah, it's nice, but as you
Yeah.
can see, it's really big. Like, I was not prepared to bring this back with me, so it took up quite like one of my suitcases. I was there to sell
You
toys
had to
and
check
art.
it.
Yeah. Well, no, I drove, but oh, look,
Okay.
there's these things. I did. Oh, whoa. There's like, it's got like weapons hidden. Oh, wow.
Cool.
Like
Needs a
discovering things about this.
He
I
needs
think.
some
First
cyber
time
key
you've looked
power.
at it?
I haven't actually like played with this. I just kind of got it, and it's like I admire it and dust it.
Ooh, all right. That leads me to a second question. But let me answer the first question about giving a transformer to someone. I have often bought transformers or given transformers to people I dated, regretfully a little bit. But the one that I really regret, I had just bought a like a Legends or like the tiny class of Revenge of the Fallen Sideswipe, and I gave it to a bartender as a tip. Well, I also gave her cash for a tip, but in addition to the cash, I gave her that figure. I was carrying in my pocket all night. Good luck charm. Bachelor party, and I was just, had a few too many. I was like, here, you'll love this. And I think about it all the time. I wonder if she still has it. I wonder if she threw it away right away. I wonder what she thought of it.
Oh yeah, no way.
Probably.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Sorry to be a
Part of
Debbie
the
Downer.
story.
I don't think there's a chance in hell.
Probably.
The thing's in a landfill.
Yeah.
Connections.
Oh, is it bad?
Craigslist misconnections. I gave you
And
that
then, interestingly enough, I bought it back from her on eBay
Yeah.
several months later for twice the price. No, so the question it made me think of was, is there any, Aaron, this might be hard for you to answer, but is there any figure that like you actually like play with, that like it's fun, it's like fidgety for you, like you get it off the shelf and transform it back and forth? Anyone can answer.
Oh. I'm really
Gotta buy
obsessed.
yourself a sideswipe, son.
Hard nose
Yeah,
all around.
Sideswipe, but then also Nightshade. I'm super
I want
obsessed
Nightshade
with
so
this.
bad.
This is super cool.
Yeah,
Like,
the paint apps on them are so
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, they turn into a robot owl, which is awesome. But this one and then those side swipes like are so fun to transform. Like, of everything I've bought, like as a collector, 'cause I got back into Transformers in 2017,
Mhm.
and of everything I've bought since then, those side swipes and then this Nightshade are like my favorites in regards to transforming, like the whole process. Like, the rest are okay, but like, I keep them mostly on display. Like this guy, like, I almost like cursed. Like I was just like, this effer, like, like I didn't even
Not
know
here.
his knees could bend and shit, like I was just like, whatever, like it's just he's like a statue to me. And for a while I was buying those like non-transforming Transformers. Like I bought Flames Toys Tarn, sold him,
Oh.
then rebought him, and the reissue is not as good as the original. So
really?
now I have regrets. Yes.
What is the difference, out of curiosity, or why is it not as good?
Well, I noticed for mine at least, the knee joints are super tight on it. Like I feel like whenever I try to pose it, I'm gonna break it. And then a lot of the pieces, like he's got like a bunch of accessories, like his cannons and stuff. Like the glue isn't as good that they use, so like I have to, and I never went and did this, like I have to like go back and like re-glue a bunch of stuff because just like things were falling off. So
Okay,
Yikers.
that's a bummer.
yeah,
I heard the
it's a bummer.
fingers were pretty fiddly on that thing,
Mhm.
that like they would often pop off.
Yeah, and for something that's like $400, it's like I'm
Yeah.
out. Like it's too expensive. Like, so that's what I want to sell next, is that at like Cybfest or TF Con. Like it's just like these are not for me.
Aaron,
Mike,
Cyber, anything you fiddle with, mess with once in a
I
while?
feel like Cybert's got his throne of power that he
Yes.
fiddles with nonstop.
sure.
That's true. If that's playing, yeah.
Yeah.
I keep intending to Photoshop a picture of you sitting on that throne. I'll get to that. Now I've ruined the surprise.
Oh yeah,
Ruined
that'd be
it.
great.
So what you do, Aaron, is, I mean, I'll gift wrap this for you. What you do is you take the picture that Bono took of me last year at Chicago when we went to Sugar Factory, because remember they had like the candy throne, and
Yeah.
and she took a picture of me sitting on the throne. You take that picture and you just put me on Starscream's throne.
How
It's
can I
even
get
the
my
same
hands
color.
on that? Is that on the socials?
Of course it is. I mean,
Everything
is
is
talking about
content.
you here.
I mean, have
All
you
right,
met me?
yeah.
Have you
Yeah,
met
yeah,
me? I'm like, oh no, I shaved my beard. Oh, whatever. You fucking
You're like
post
a new
everything. It's
person
fucking
with
dumb.
that shaved beard.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's true.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
When you
it's
let it,
weird.
when you not yours is not weird, but I'm saying, Mike, isn't it weird when
Thank you.
when you shave it? It's like, what did I do?
Yes, I hate it.
Yeah.
we'll not be doing it again until next year.
Mike and I recorded an episode where I had shaved my beard, and he got on the call and he's like, "We're not doing this today. We're done
That's
here."
Right. That's right. That's right. Oh my gosh.
Don't you know it's No Shave November? Do you not support men's cancer issues, Mike? Come on.
No.
Let it be
I
known.
don't. Fuck them. Fuck them.
He's
I
like,
was just about to
I'm
shave this."
shaving to express my lack of support.
Yeah.
I've never cared
my-
for them.
Right. Exactly.
I will try to seriously answer your question. So I don't really flip the toys around because I'm always paranoid that I'm going to break them.
Yeah.
So
That's what I
my
figured.
version of playing with them is occasionally breaking them out, posing them, and photographing them. And I've got this huge backlog of photos that I'm like, I'll get to editing that someday and doing something nice and posting it. But so I think really the other version is, everything's kind of posed and positioned. And if I'm on a conference call or something for work and not participating very much, I'll walk around my office and I'll just find like, okay, this isn't, I feel like this would be a better pose figures, or just try to fill the space in a more aesthetic ways. But that said, these legends, these Dinobots, these like little DX9 Dinobot guys are the absolute best. And I could see myself playing with them because
I could see myself moving an arm or a leg. Yeah.
they're built pretty sturdy, and they're just gorgeous, and they're fun to goof around with. They're really poseable.
Awesome. Yeah, I think if I had to pick a toy that I play with, like really play with, it's either Titan's Return Cup. I really love that for some reason. And what is the line? There was a Ratchet. I don't think it's a Titan Master, but it's in Cybertronian mode. What's the line I'm thinking of? It was War for Cybertron, the first one.
Siege.
Ratchet. I think that's
The
like a really
Walgreens
cool.
one.
Yeah. I think that's like a fun little play set. Lots of like little moving parts and little arms, and it turns into like a cool medical facility. That one's a lot of fun.
Nice.
Now that you've said it's an exclusive, I'm like, what have I been doing? What if I
put it back in the
got everything my whole life?
He's probably gonna show up at Ross for me to pick up.
Yeah.
I got 17 of them. I don't care.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until recently that Ross was a place people went and bought Transformers. I saw that post the other day that people were.
I wish I had one.
Were getting those arcs for like $60 there.
Yeah. Go back 3 hours in the live stream, and I kind of explain why I think that is.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
Very good. In the meantime,
oh wait, I have to correct myself. I said DX9. These are New Age. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. New Age Dinobots.
Very good. Very good.
All right. That was very important.
I think so, because you got the folks that'll come after you. You don't want to get canceled.
I think DX9 owns New Age, if I have my third-party lore correct. So I'm not totally wrong, but I'm not totally right either.
Sweet.
All right, moving on.
Cyber, if I can interrupt you.
I thought we could talk about really toys.
I do want to show this off because Aaron, I specifically wanted to show you this. I kind of buried the lead. This is the biggest birthday present I bought for myself. The Transart Skateboard Gorilla. And I just opened it today. I'm very excited about it.
Oh, I remember when that thing came out a year or two ago. That thing looks gorgeous.
Yeah, I think it's like a reissue because I had to pre-order it. But very
look at that. Very nice. That is very, very cool.
And eventually, Aaron, you may know who this is if you guys decide to really do Beast Wars as your next venture.
I'm guessing it's some version of Optimus Primal, perhaps after an upgrade.
I'm not saying no spoilers here.
All right.
It's not about spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
After I made that big speech about spoilers, I'm like, Aaron, look at this.
Yeah.
Skateboard Gorilla. This is in the future.
Yeah. That's what they called Marty McFly in Back to the Future 2. Saved it.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, this is a lot of fun, but I'm gonna get going. Have a happy
Cybert's about to show us
birthday.
the sack, though. Are you sure?
Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I was gonna
Get out of here.
No,
Get out of here.
you said it was.
Can.
I'm using your words. You said you had a sack.
Yeah.
This?
Oh.
Yeah, you have stuff in there.
Oh shit! That's gonna be hours. We're not getting to any of that.
Yeah.
Come on, it's my birthday.
That's
no
for
more,
next
it
year's
ain't.
birthday.
Yeah.
That's true.
Not-
He's right.
Not no more, it ain't. Look at the time. You turned into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
He's right.
No, I mean, I could go through the bag. You want to see the shit in
Just
the
give me a
bag?
little something. Let's start with one and see where we get. Just one thing.
Okay.
Just one
I'll
for
stay
me.
for one, and then I have to go.
Oh, very good. This is perfect. That's because I will show off some arts. So because I know at least 3 of the 4 of us are fans of this particular artist. When I was at TFCon buying some stuff for Apollo, and incidentally, actually, hang on, I'm doing all this stuff out of order. If you thought that this would be quick, you were mistaken, and you don't know me as well as you think. First of all, so
I had no misconception.
You missed
Terrific.
your opportunity, Apollo.
I know I did. I think I did.
you could have left. You could
The leave button's grayed out for some reason. Why can't I?
anything that happens from this point forward is on you. I can't be responsible for what's about to happen. But anyway, so I was at TFCon and I bought a bunch of stuff for Apollo, and I got a very nice text message that I didn't entirely understand it until I got back to my room and looked later. But I got a very nice thank you sound wave on there, which I didn't. I thought, because like I'm in a bubble guts induced fog, half drunk, half cranky, and I just look at this. I'm like, okay, that's okay, great, thanks, you're welcome. I didn't realize it was an original piece of art at the time, but it's a very nice thank you sound. Right there, we go. That's better. But anyway,
awesome.
that I thought that was very sweet. So, but I went to go visit Plushie. I went to go see Plushie sleep, and picked up some stuff from Apollo, which was its own thing. I was like, well, I need the You Got the Touch CD thing, and I need the Starscream lanyard. And they're like, I don't have a Starscream lanyard. Oh yeah, I think it's the Soundwave lanyard.
Yeah.
So all this commerce happens, and then I'm like, now I need to get mine. And I'm a huge fan of Plushie's work, and I know Mikel Andrews as well. But I did get some Plushie goodies from TFCon, and it's almost TFA related. So I have a little baggie that I'm gonna show off. Gotta guard the bag. But so first, my non-TFA related item is they did a enamel pin of their Soundwave in pastel colors. In fact, actually, that's getting too much glare. Let me take it out.
There's
Let me
some
take
good
it out.
detail on that.
It's magnificent. They are really proud of how it turned out. But yeah, let me try to do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, so cool.
Oh, how cute he's singing.
Yeah. So
who the
karaoke
manufacturer
Soundwave.
of those things are.
He's a what now?
I wonder. You probably wouldn't know who the manufacturer of the pin is, or of the button, whatever it is.
Unfortunately, I don't. But I can.
You got to dig deep.
I mean, we're mutuals. I can ask them.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's something you're
okay.
Yeah. Because I mean there's like, deep color detail in there. It's not just like
it
it's
looks
not
textured too.
Yeah, it is. It's fully enameled, embossed, whatever you want to call it. But
great detail.
And with multiple paint apps. So it's like, it's not just like it's indented and then like one pass. Right. So and for as nice as this is, didn't cost nearly as much as you would think.
Wow.
I don't remember how much it was, but it wasn't. I'd say maybe it was like $12, something like that.
That's great.
I think it was less than 20. But then also now they had several sticker sets. First of all, again, not TFA related now that I look at it, but also kinda, it's a sticker set of nothing but sound waves.
Nice.
Including for my dude Mikel Andrews, that dumb satellite sound wave that nobody likes.
Yeah.
And
I have two of on my shelf right over there.
Yeah. Nobody likes that
Yeah.
version of the character.
True.
But
He's right.
But as we were talking about, it's like, and they even said, it's like, oh yeah, and I even got the satellite one in there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like, well, he is a sound wave, so I guess that counts. So
How small they made it, though, just to represent its lack of dominance in the sound wave hierarchy.
I think so. But the thing I did want to show off here on our Transformers animated live stream is a sticker sheet of the TFA Autobots, and it's got some folks I don't know, which is fine. But you got yourself, you guys have a Ratchet.
The upper right-hand corner, or is it left to you?
Jazz.
I'm gonna say this little spoiler teaser.
And then
in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah,
my favorite thing in all of Transformers animated.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like myself a little Optimus with his little thumbs up. Okay, there. And you got being
So
sorry,
cool.
being little stinkers.
Yeah.
You got the Dinobots. You even got your little buddy Sentinels there.
Oh.
So
that one's the best.
I couldn't leave without this, so I had to get that. But then, since I had given them a Mike Seibert button, because I had them. I don't have any here, ironically enough, but I gave them a Mike Seibert podcast button. And do you got one of those, Michael? Are you even looking for that? He's not.
Yeah, no, I have that. I was looking for something else, but yeah, I did get those.
I did throw some in your box though, but anyway, so like we did yes.
No, yeah, I did get them. Yeah, I was it was like innuendo stuff, you know.
Yeah.
You know where my brain goes.
I do. But anyway, we exchanged buttons, and I got one of these.
Cute.
It's the Bumblebee fan club, and my buddy Mikel Andrews has the Prowl fan club, and it was one of those ones where I was either in a position, I'm glad they gave me this one in exchange for button trading with my Mike Seibert Radio podcast button, because otherwise I would have bought them all, and they're all adorable. But anyway,
and Bulkhead. And Knockout. As I mentioned,
Knockout.
big fan, and Ratchet. Oh. But actually, I was reaching for Mike because I don't know if I remember if this was a surprise, but where did these? Who was the artist behind this? These little cat buttons.
So that is hang on, let me make sure I've got a couple different artist pages up. That is from an artist named Mir at Creepy Steeples out on Twitter, and it's interesting. So okay, can you hold those up again, because
I'll sure try.
So now it's time to tell the story. There should be a third one.
Oh yeah, there is.
There should be a third one.
I also got some cats.
Oh shit!
Hell yeah! This is this is.
I couldn't remember who the artist was though, so thanks for
my birthday brethren here.
Yeah. Okay, so hold that back up again while I tell the story. So I see I'm on the lookout for Ultra Magnus stuff. I'm on the lookout for Sentinel stuff. I wasn't on the lookout for Sari, but they were like buy two get one or something like that. So it's like I bought two, now I need to get one. I'm like, I'll you know what? I'll take that Sari. And then they were like, which one? And I panicked. I'm like, and then and they have, I don't know, 24 pins, and I'm like, and all I could hear is the sound of Mikel Andrews like, shield your eyes, and I'm like, I can't. They want me to buy stuff off the table. I don't know which one. And so then I pointed. I'm like, that one, please. So there was a super spoiler of some kind on that table, and somehow we vibed, and I've once again managed to dodge one of the biggest spoilers in the show that somehow I have managed to avoid. I don't know. And if some dickhead in the chat spoils it, I'm just gonna rage quit. But because well, no, it's weird. It is weird living in a time of 15-year spoilers. Like there are certain things that happen in this show that are commonplace. I mean, that are well known. You know, kind of like, oh, Bucky is the Winter Soldier, you know, that kind of thing. There are certain things that are just inherently part of the lore. And I think the more than meets the eye with Sari Sumdac is a known thing, but I don't know it because it hasn't happened yet. So it's incredibly difficult for me to try to avoid those spoilers. Like, you know, I got people sending me like screenshots and stuff. Like Mikel Andrews, I can't tell you how many times I continue to keep seeing Omega Supreme. You know, so it's like, well, I don't know if he shows up in the show. I don't know what the secret of Omega Supreme is, but I know people keep sending it to me every time they see it. It's okay, Mike, did you see this? I'm like, well, I don't know if that's a thing in the show or no, but anyway, I thought you would appreciate that story of like a massive spoiler that somehow wasn't spoiled for me.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
yeah, and just a quick shout out to also the Ashley Artley stuff.
Oh yeah.
Big fan. Kind of hoping she'd be here tonight, but I guess not. I guess my birthday wasn't important enough.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Hotshot, dear Lord, favorite character. This was a print of hers, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at Sidefest.
Yeah, I think she's a big fan of Hotshot. I think that's where her and I Venn diagrams coincide. So, and yeah, the Star Saber and.
Do me a favor, talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes. My radio station that I work at is off the air.
Oh, okay.
So talk amongst yourselves. Off I go. That's what I get for still being at work.
Uh-oh.
All right, Apollo, lead the show. Thanks for staying
just pipe
on.
this into the feed.
Yeah. So question. No.
Question for the room.
Question for the room.
Honestly, this is your chance to duck out.
I know. I think it is. No,
you can if you want, but I do want to say before you go, thank you for coming on. I really imagine this is like a big Brady Bunch-esque party, all of us on talking and chatting. So I got that a little bit. Now we finally have a 4-person split screen. Aww. That was a big joy for me. So thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. I didn't think I was gonna stay on as long because I am not feeling well. Like, I actually supposed to do a call with another friend of mine tonight, and I canceled on them. And I'm like, oh well, I'll just pop on for this.
Now they're watching you on a live stream with some jackass.
Like, oh, you know that bitch. No.
Yeah.
But no, like yeah, no, I'm glad I was able to be on, and yeah, even though
we're very excited for your big comeback art-wise. We've all missed you. I think I don't know if I'm being blunt, but I think we've noticed a bit of an absence from Robo Apollo. So very excited to see what's to come.
Thanks. No, it's good to be back. Like, you know, I said I missed everyone. Like, I was lurking on Twitter and stuff, but you know, last few years took a lot out of me, and emotionally, and but I'm back, so I'm in a good place.
Good.
So
good.
Just need to get recovered finance-wise so I can go to TF Con, like buy my shit. No, I'm kidding. Well, kind of.
Oh yes, finally, there's a promotion. We've been trying to get one out of you all night. There it is.
No,
yes,
but
buy her
that's
shit.
not the point about being on here. We're celebrating your birthday, and yeah, you know, I hope that we can all be together at a TF Con soon, because the last one I went to is TF Con DC 2019.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I have not been.
Well, mine was the last Chicago pre-pandemic, so I've been quite out of the TF Con game.
Oh, So you were at the 2018 one. I went to that one too.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't think we were even on each other's
No.
radars at that point. So
No,
That
like,
is that is
yeah.
so weird. Because like, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Go
no,
ahead.
yeah, no.
No. Well, I also had straight hair at that time because I went through a phase where I had my hair professionally straightened. So I look quite different with straight hair, but that was
So
my
even if we met and
Yeah.
chatted, I wouldn't know you at this point.
You might not have known me or recognized me, but like I didn't know anyone when I first went to that convention. And it was funny when I was waiting at the airport for the shuttle, I happened to get on the same shuttle that James Roberts was on. So that was really funny.
Oh no shit.
So,
Wow.
yeah, that was really funny. Like, so, but
All
yeah.
of you have these incredible convention stories of like bumping into incredible Transformers alum and having a weird like casual interaction with them. And I just wish. I mean, Mike Seibert's got like yeah, I had pizza with Aaron Archer. It's no big deal. It was a Tuesday.
That was all
Like,
Caleb did.
All you got to do is show up, and you have those kinds of adventures.
I've
Well,
never
That's true.
experienced that, and I've been to
And stay up a
3 of
little
them.
later than other people.
Yeah,
yeah, you gotta hang
That's
out with us.
that's
Yeah.
the thing.
yeah, maybe
We'll
that.
show you the ropes,
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, like we had at
Uh.
SciFest, we went to the Panera Bread, and then the voice actor for Perceptor just shows up.
Yeah,
and
Paul
then
Eiding.
Yeah.
yeah, and then like he starts asking me questions, and I'm just like, you're the celebrity here. Like, you saw that, Mike. He was just like, oh, so where are you
Oh, yeah.
from? And then he's like, oh, why did you move from there? And it's like I didn't want to tell him, like, it's like rents. Like, I'm not lucky. And I don't like, I don't want to get into like an economic discussion. I felt weird. It was cool though too, but it was like, you're the celebrity. I'm just here.
I've never had that. The only interaction, the only weird like bump in I've had with a Transformers celebrity alum was Robert Skier. He wrote most of Beast Machines, handful of Prime episodes, handful of Beast Wars episodes, which I'm a big fan of. I know a lot in the Transformers community are not, but I was really excited to meet him because I love Beast Machines. If that wasn't clear from almost every episode of Two Mikes Too Furious, but we were on the convention floor, and I really wanted to like say something to him, but it was my first convention. I didn't know if that was like okay, like outside of a panel, if you're allowed to talk to them or anything. And so he was walking up, and I saw him, and I just turned to the first thing. I'm like, I'm just gonna look at whatever this dealer has for sale here, and it was the one spot in the whole convention floor that was just My Little Pony stuff. There was no Transformers stuff. I turned into a pile of My Little Pony and was like, I love it now, just to avoid him.
Funny.
But
That's a fun.
I'll buy
should've
everything
known
you
better.
got.
Yeah. And then I spent $1,000 because I was like, just put it in
You
my
became
put
a
it in my sack.
brony by accident.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
No, we should all like hang out at TFCon sometime because like there are a lot of shenanigans. Like at that one in 2018,
Oh yeah.
a group of us went to the bar, and yeah, James Roberts was there, Keizama was there, so it was like hanging out with a bunch of just Twitter Transformers people and them.
Where was that one?
It was at the bar
Chicago.
at TFCon Chicago.
Really?
2018.
Oh yeah, I was too in my shell. I mean, I was
Yeah.
there, but I was like probably sleeping in my room.
Yeah, it
Well-
was a good time.
Well, which day was that? Was that Sunday? Or was it Saturday?
I think it was Saturday. I remember Keizama at the bar.
Well,
yeah.
I know. No, what? Well, I'm
Was that
trying
the
to
one where I
try.
met you guys?
Yes.
Or was that before?
Mhm.
Oh, really?
No, that was that one.
It was
So I'm
like
trying.
Saturday.
Okay, because I'm trying to triangulate our whereabouts. Aaron, I think our gang was in the restaurant, not necessarily in the bar at that particular time.
Oh, I
We-
remember seeing all these people. I didn't talk to them, but I
Oh,
remember
okay.
see them in the
You were doing
Maybe
the
I'm
talking.
confused.
You know, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. I remember I was with Mikel Andrews and his partner, and like Aaron was hanging out with us, and then immediately ditches us for greener pastures. And it's like where did Aaron go?
really?
I'm like he's over. Not intentionally. Not
It was
intentionally.
it was like an
Because
unintentional panel that he hosted
Yeah.
all of a
Star
sudden. An
fucking
impromptu
mode.
panel.
You were holding court like a mo, and no, and I do the same
I'm
thing.
sure that
like,
was a pleasure for everyone.
it was delightful. It was delightful. But like I do the same thing. Like, I was hanging out with Alex and Jay Soups in Orlando, and then like fucking like Diecast shows up, and I just drop them like a bad habit. I'm like, oh hey Diecast, bro hug, and all that other shit. And then actually, so we were having dinner Friday night. So it's me, it's Ant and Diecast and Alex, and then like Trish and Josh show up. They just kind of walk into the restaurant. Nobody knows who these people are unless you know who these people are. Whatever. But anyway, so it's like Trish comes up and it's like, oh hey, how's it going? Blah 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 blah. And we are talking for like entire minutes. Like they had gone to like the Disney parks that day, and this went on for entire minutes. And anyway, my buddy Anthony, who's sitting next to me, a dude that I have been corresponding with for years, meeting him IRL for the first time, he turns to me very politely, very quietly, says, "So are you going to introduce us?" And I'm like, "Oh fuck, I forget that not everybody knows everybody."
Yeah.
And then because I was far enough along in my journey, I start introducing people at the table as if I was hosting a podcast. I was like, oh yeah, so this is, this is a Diecast. I'm sure he has a real name, but I don't know what it is. This is what he does. Here's my buddy Anthony, the owner operator madman behind tfu.info, the website. And he stops me politely. He's like, you don't need to do any of that. Hi, I'm Anthony. Oh, hey, I'm Trish. And
I like this idea.
and so,
I like this introduction scheme that you've got going on here.
yeah.
Well,
It's
sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
No,
so I scrolled back in time, so we're trying to figure out if we actually crossed paths. So I at first was in the restaurant. There was like that sports bar in the hotel.
The Bill Murray
It's,
Sadness restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were in there at
The
first.
fucking Applebee's.
I have timestamps. So 7:53 p.m. I was there. At the bar, or just the bar part, which was outside of that restaurant, because the hotel had a bar, if I believe correctly.
Yeah, the Visibility Bar, RIP.
Yeah.
Not anymore, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's another story. Go ahead.
So October 28th, so I don't know if that was a Saturday or Sunday, 11:44 p.m. So I have, and I don't have a photo of people, but there's a photo of the Rodimus pin on a pile of like lemons. So
awesome. Lemons.
Yeah, let me see.
It was a good night.
It was.
That's how you know.
Oh, there you go.
We achieved something.
Oh, no. That's great.
So
that's awesome.
That's all I have of evidence of that actually happening.
Well, as I just put in the chat, I'll be at the next Chicago one. I really hope they're going to stick to that sort of routine they have. I got to be at that one.
I mean, at this point, it's just the fall one that has a rotating handle. So, I think it's going to go Orlando, DC area, and then back to Chicago like every third year.
I really hope.
So mark your calendars for 2025.
Really?
Yeah, because Baltimore's in 24.
That's how it goes.
Oh, really? Shit. I was really hoping for Chicago 2024.
Baltimore was a blast a couple of years ago when I went. So I'd recommend it. I think as far as food and vibe, that was one of my favorite TF cons. The food in Baltimore was amazing.
Tell me about the crabs.
All right. I really do have to go. I was going to say that to be a dick, but I should go to bed. It is bedtime. It's my wife's birthday tomorrow. I got to wake up early and make breakfast.
Oh yeah, your wife and I have a very
Oh,
similar,
that's adorable.
close birthday.
Yeah. Yeah. I should just make breakfast every day, but nope, just the one day a year.
One day. And it's actually it's irregardless of her birthday. I only do it
Right. I just pick a day, and it just so happens.
just
coincidental.
this year. It happens
Entirely.
You're gonna eat the whole thing and then celebrate her birthday. Yeah.
One thing before I go and take Char with me.
I'm sailing soon.
I just figured out I could see the chat comments. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on here.
So you can't figure out the
There's
white
the
balance.
private
but you can
chat.
see the private chat's something else
There's the
entirely.
private chat.
That's just
What
for
was
us,
said on the
okay?
private chat? I didn't know there was a whole other function here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
And I thought the whole audience might want to know that I discovered this. Okay.
Yes.
Happy
Oh, yeah,
birthday.
You are an incredible podcaster. Can I just bring that up right now?
Yeah, my content is amazing. This is
I'm
why
sorry,
This
I
is why I
roast-
can't go solo.
I like it.
I roast Aaron all the time, just over text message with no audience. It's coming out in
There you
this
go.
podcast.
Welcome to the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we have fun and games.
Abers, why are you still here?
Yeah.
Now I want to scroll through and see what people said about me. I'm just kidding.
Alpha Magnus.
Good night.
On the show.
Good night.
Hey,
Good luck.
thanks. Hey, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Paulo, thank you guys so much for hanging
You're
out with me.
welcome.
Appreciate it. This is 40.
Yes.
This is 40. You're no Paul Rudd, buddy. Wait,
Don't remind me.
Happy
I don't think you have
birthday.
to tell me that.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Bye. Good night.
Hi.
And then there were two.
And then there were two again.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Great. I'm so super glad you put this together.
Aw,
Super fun.
stop.
I love it.
It's tons of fun.
You pushed me, and I was like, I don't know, birthdays. I love celebrating my birthday. Don't get me wrong, but I was like, oh, this is even a little public for me. But
Yeah.
no, it's great.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I felt like it would be fun to recapture some of that COVID era late night Zoom chats, that kind of stuff. And I
those
know
are the best.
I know
Yeah.
you had a lot of fun with those. So I thought this would capture some of that. And I was, it's funny because I mentioned in all of like the Twitter posts or whatever, like, oh man, it's going to be buck wild. I did not realize how buck wild it was going to be.
Yeah.
So I hope this was sufficiently buck wild.
And it was especially buck wild for a Tuesday. We really,
yeah, quite so.
and I'm on vacation, so this is not a Tuesday for me. I have like 7 Saturdays in a row that I'm just living life.
Avers,
couldn't tell.
trust me, I'm getting ready for bed. Ha ha. Matthew, still hanging tough. No one could say this hasn't been a lot of fun! ! Awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike and I talked about this, like what it was going to be, what it could be. Just wanted you to get a chance to meet the mics, interact a little bit. I think we achieved that. We achieved something.
Yeah. There you go. So it feels like we're kind of winding down. So, what do you want to do before we leave? I mean, obviously we can't do almost any of the stuff that we had planned. So maybe we'll talk offline about how what we're gonna do next. But
we should talk about. Did we talk about your favorite human villain? Did you actually reveal yours?
No.
Oh,
we
good.
never got that far.
All right.
Because it was further down the list.
Yeah.
So no, but my honestly, my favorite human villain is Meltdown. because of all the things that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Because and I feel like he has a more complete story than some of the other characters. Like, he goes from being a human who's already slimy and slippery, then goes through the supervillain origin and becomes super powered and slimy and caustic and acidic and all of that. And then we get the opportunity to meet him later after he's taken over Dinobot Island, as subjugated the poor Dinobots. So to see
sure.
that entire circle makes him feel more fleshed out than some of the other characters. And again, it starts with the vocal. I think Peter Stormare is bringing something special to that role that I think transcends some of the other characters. Like, I enjoy Brian Posehn's performance as Nino Sexton, carrier of lobsters, liberator of his sack of lobsters and things like that. It's like
poster boy, Sexton.
Yeah. So I like that, but it's like it feels different. Meltdown feels like it's on a whole other level.
Yeah.
So
truly. I think you and I both agreed that we probably have it like sealed in a 1986 envelope. Who is going to be our favorite character? I am curious, and we can revisit this later. But
sure.
Maybe just a little like reward bonus for anyone still hanging on listening.
Yeah.
Favorite a moment. We were going to do like a top 10.
Yeah.
Let's do. I want to spill it. I want to hear your favorite moment. We can cut it out for the podcast later, but anyone listening, what's your favorite moment?
Well, I think for me, and I've been thinking about this for days, since we decided that was something we wanted to do. And I honestly cannot tell you if it's recency bias, and I'm certain that has something to do with it, but I think Transform and Rise Up still sticks with me. It's like, because it was something I had never heard before, something I wasn't expected. It was something that I was completely surprised by, and fit so brilliantly. It's a brilliant culmination of Megatron's story arc up to that point. And we talked about this in the episode as well, but it's like that is a very Megatron thing to say. And it's one of those things where I was surprised that any Megatron hadn't said something like that yet. So it makes it really iconic and really special. Again, as to the point where it's still sticking with me. In fact, again, recency bias aside, that's just as iconic as Autobots transform and roll out. I mean, it's just
Absolutely.
like it just cuts right to the bone, and just because I mean, there were so many other cool things. Oh, Optimus whips out the axe, or fan zone versus phones, or this is why I hate. I mean, there's any number of those moments that are awesome, but Transform and Rise Up affected me, like in a way that like other things.
Oh yeah, you were shook. I could tell.
Yeah. And so again, recency bias aside, that's my number one.
Well, that's really actually interesting that you said that one. I think it's a perfect bookend, because my number one that I picked was like the first 10 minutes of the show. Like the very intro of the show to me was the best. And specifically that scene where Optimus is talking to Sentinel Prime and shows him the cargo hold. Like, I just thought that was like so badass. He's like, why should I listen to you? And he's like, display the cargo hold. I thought that spoke volumes storytelling wise to the rest of the show. So that was really important to me, but also because that was like our intro to the show. Like it catalyzed this whole thing we were doing. Excuse me, getting a little choked up. we had such a great run.
You've been drinking for hours, also.
Also that. But I just think I'm losing it. That meant everything. That was the start of the whole thing. It's really going.
Do you want to take a sec?
It's gone.
It's gone.
Oh,
Man. Just drink some water there, and just recalibrate. In the meantime, I'll bring up this comment from Abbers in chat. Just as a TFA Ratchet fan, I love the moment him and Sari are in the Ark, and he admits growing attached to Earth. Only wanting to leave to protect Sari really shows the grumpy bot has a big heart. And I co-sign that 100% because like in Corey Burton's vocal delivery, there's a gentleness to it. He's like, man, you know, I've really grown attached to this planet and its people. And I've grown attached to you, Sari. And it's just like there's a tenderness to it that, like, you know, he still has the gruff exterior to it, but when it softens and he takes it down an octave, yeah, absolutely. That is a very much an iconic moment. And I would also say, though, the a counterbalance to that, while Mikel Andrews could drink more drink more fluids and get his bearings back a little bit, is the opposite bookend of that is when Optimus orders Ratchet to take the key from Sari. And again, I talked about this at the time, but like, you know, just the coldness where he's like, take it. And he's like, but Optimus, you know, he's like, fuck it. No, take it. We're not fucking around anymore. And just like, so to have that as like a contrast between that very gentle scene from a few episodes earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a little voice left. I'm going to give it what I got, but that first 10 minutes really set this tone for the whole show and our show. Like, you know, our podcast. Oh, yeah. We to use your words, there was so much meat on that bone after just the first 10 minutes. It was almost, that's why we had to divvy it up the way we did, right?
Yeah.
Like we had to do that whole first thing. Our whole first episode was almost just 10 minutes of the first episode of the show.
Yeah, we talked for over an hour about just that opening sequence. We spent a lot of time with and the introduction of the Decepticons too. It's like there's like so much in that small scene. You know everything about every one of those characters right away. It's like you get what this version of Starscream is all about. You get the dynamic between Blitzwing and Black Arachnia. You understand Lugnut's fierce, unwavering loyalty. It's like you get all of it in moments, just moments. And and that is the thing that still it's a magic trick of this show because it moves at such a fast pace, and it's amazing the depth and breadth that we talk about this stuff. You know, we spend up to 2 hours talking about a 23-minute episode, and like, you know, we spend entire minutes like pulling apart like, you know, nuance and inflection and like, you know, finding so much in something that happens so fast on the screen. And I don't think I appreciated that depth of going into any kind of fiction, whether it was a movie or a show or whatever, until we really kind of talked about it like in this context. Like, you know, we had Aaron on from APDC earlier, and their analysis of Transformers the movie made me appreciate that movie from a whole new angle that I hadn't. And really to spend that much depth, you know, spending an entire episode on a single minute of animation, this, you know, we're really peeling back the layers, because for each episode of our podcast, we're spending that much time, like, you know, watching the episodes a couple times, taking exhaustive notes, and just thinking on it and reflecting on it, and in a way that I've never really thought to interact with media. Like I do movie reviews and TV show reviews, but like I don't spend that much time with it like we're doing here, and it's given me a depth of appreciation for it, for sure.
Yeah, and I think peeling back the curtain a little bit, we both had those moments of like, do we have enough to fill an episode? Is there enough we can talk about? And then we do. We go way beyond it every time. We just keep expounding on, all these little hidden things and Easter eggs in this show.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Matt here in chat. I went into animated unsure of it because of the animation style, and then the first 10 minutes instantly sold me. TFA really was a brilliant series. And I obviously 100% agree. And I do understand now why it is so well loved and so well regarded, and why its legacy continues even now, to where we're getting new animated universe toys. I mean, if that isn't a testament to the legacy of what Derek J. Wyatt did, what Marty Eisenberg and company did, what that entire team did, then I don't know what is. Like 15 years later, to where you're getting new stuff in this universe. And it's interesting, since we're kind of talking about behind the scenes stuff, when we post stuff on Twitter, you put in a hashtag, and then like as you start to type, it will give you like predictive text. So I'll type in Transformers, and almost always amongst the list of predictive options is Transformers animated. Almost always.
Oh yeah.
So
Absolutely.
that tells me that hash is vibrant and vital enough that enough folks use it, whether it's like sharing fan art and stuff like that. I mean, like, the stuff that we shared here, like the stuff I got from Plushie, the stuff that we got from Mirror. Incidentally, side tangent, I forgot. So you got buttons. I did not get buttons, kitty ear buttons to keep for myself, but what I did buy from their table, I bought myself some stickers.
Oh yeah.
And I got myself a Soundwave, which technically this iteration of Soundwave is probably too soon for me, probably a spoiler, but but I mean, there he is.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I am Apollo said it very well earlier. I am in love with TFA Megatron. He is very rapidly becoming my favorite Megatron, and I haven't even seen him at his full potential. Like I've spent an entire season of him being a disembodied head, and even then, through him being a manipulative theater kid with a flair for the dramatic, that's enough. So like when he emerges in his full power in Megatron Rising, it's just it's so iconic, and it just, knowing that he's still out there, I can only imagine what's to come next. I can't wait for it. I also want to show you a little merchandise spotlight here. I had a couple buttons, but I'm hooked on the Megatron here. So that is a little TFA
cool.
Megatron. And you might not be able to see it with the autofocus, but
rise up.
Yeah. So I could not resist that. I got that from an artist named Sid Van Blue, and they do a variety of different types of stuff. So much so to where I couldn't even find their TFA stuff on the internet. I also got an Optimus as well.
Oh, cool.
He's holding the axe, and again with the autofocus, it's not working. I think it says "Be a hero," to be a hero. But yeah, I mean, it's like, so. I mean, these are the most iconic TFA things that I got.
You couldn't have commissioned a more appropriate button set.
And what's funny too is I came across their table on Sunday, and they were asking like $3 each or 2 for $5. And I'm like, oh my God, I need these. And I pull out my wallet, and I start pulling out my my bills, I was like, okay, well, I got you. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I have $4. And I'm like, do you take credit cards? And they're like, no, just take them. So they gave me the 2 buttons
Awesome.
for the $4, and I am eternally grateful. And that's probably why I wanted to wear them and show them off the whole damn time, because yeah, like, you know, of all the cool shit I got from TFCon, it's these buttons that I think mean the most. I mean, yeah, and my sack of activators that I'm sure will go through it.
Your activators, if you will.
Yeah, my Sactivators. And I think that's all I brought, actually. What else is in the bag? Yeah, that's all in the bag. That's
yes, we got through the bag.
Relevant. Yeah,
Nice.
we made it. We made it. But I'm sorry, I took us like 3 tangents deep into whatever we were talking about. Now, if this was a standard episode, this is something I would cut right out, and it would just pick up with what Mikel Andrews was going to say next, and there would be no like, I'm lost. Let's go back to the rundown.
Clapboard. Peeling back the curtain here.
yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, so I guess so we talked favorite moments, we talked favorite humans. We have one last bit of business that I think we can sneak through before we get out of here. But I have one that's not on the list. Do you have a favorite episode? I mean, we have, you know, we talked favorite characters, we talked, you know, other things, but like, do you have a favorite episode?
You know, I think at the start of this whole thing, we would have said, or I would have said it was the Halloween episode.
Sure.
Because it's the one I rewatch all the time, over and over again. I think in rewatching this with you, actually, I think it weirdly, Nature Calls.
Really?
Yeah, that was the one. That's the one that I found like most enjoyment in. I mean, certainly every other episode in the whole season was like more important to the overall plot of season 1.
Yeah.
But that one to me had the most fun moments, just the most like throwbacks to other stuff. I loved it. That one comes to mind big time.
Well, I will bookend your choice with the episode that a lot of that payoff springs from. And it's the only episode that I rewatched prior to this. And it's Home is Where the Spark Is.
Perfect.
And I'm a little shook and surprised pleasantly that you didn't pick that one. Because that has been your ride or die for pretty much our entire run. And we've talked about how everything ties back to that. Even more so than Transform and Roll Out. Because like it's, you know, it's the well of all sparks that like, you know, so much ties into. But there were a few things that I either didn't remember or passed me by. Like I didn't remember how cat-like Prowl was. There's the scene when they're watching TV and, you know, Bumblebee's getting very impatient, switching the channel. Prowl actually kind of gets down on all fours, like hunches down. He's like, you know, he's got like, you know, he's pushed himself down and his knees are around his ears. Like he's really like pushed himself into like the, and when he, and I don't know how we didn't talk about this, but like there is this moment that when Prowl pounces onto Bumblebee blushes. And you know, and it's funny because like I have friends that do fan fiction. I have friends that are shippers. A lot of our mutual friends are aggressive shippers, and I missed the Prowl Bee ship the entire time. And it's funny because like if you watch Home is Where the Spark Is and then watch Nature Calls,
Yeah, the same blush.
There is but they have a lot of bickering couple energy.
Yeah.
It's like I am not unconvinced that they're in a secret relationship. I think that's why they're so antagonistic towards each other, because I think there's some sexual tension.
I can see that, yeah.
And I could say that 4 hours into a live stream now at a time where, at a time that I may not have thought to say that in a mainline episode. And in truth, I just didn't think about it, which is disappointing, because I was a student of More Than Meets the Pod back in the day. Because like that was some of my favorite discourse from that podcast, is when they would talk about like, oh well, yeah, Braun and Soundwave are a couple, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's like, oh yeah, because this, that, and the other thing, and it's like, okay,
we miss so much. It's just over our heads.
So now it's Two Mikes, Two Furious canon, and I'm gonna have to keep an eye out on that for the future. Let's go back to the chat again. Matt, I think my favorite episode of season 1 might be Megatron Rising Part 2. That was such a huge episode with an epic battle.
Oh man, fight from beginning to end.
Yeah,
nonstop battle.
All action all the time. Abbers, I didn't think we'd be making TFA ships, but here we are. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Prow be real. Prowblebee.
Prowlby?
Maybe.
Bumbowl.
There it is. Yeah, Bumbowl. That's it. I like that.
Sign off on it. Yeah,
I like that. Prowl, PROWL, real.
Get it on a t-shirt. Let's do
this.
Yeah,
I still misspelled it, but that's fine. That's whatever. And I'll go to bat for Sound and Fury as well. I mean, no, not Sound and Fury. I like that episode too, but Lost and Found.
Oh, Lost and Found. Incredible.
I mean, the Blitzwing and Ludnut come to town episode, all action all the time, like that one a lot.
Yeah. Oh man, that was like animation above the rest of the show, the rest of season 1.
So many missiles.
Yeah. So many.
Abbers, it's canon now. Again, we don't make the rules. I mean, it's in the chat. I'd
love it. I wish we could.
Yeah,
it's grown above us.
So at this point, because again, I reside in a different time zone, and your birthday is long since over. R.I.P. Sorry,
yes, I'm meaningless now. I've had my moment, and now I'm just it's just Wednesday.
It's not how I meant that. I just meant oh, here we go. Aaron, Prumble Bowl. Okay. Because I don't think that's how that works. I don't think ship names are like word scramble. I don't think you I don't. Let me see if I type this. So we go Prowl and Bumbly B. So
Prowl.
So I think if I cut off the BUMB of Bumblebee and keep the L, that's Prowly B. Let's try that.
I love Prowlby. That just sounds right to me, but it does give a little more.
Prowly B. Prowlby. Yeah.
It gives a little more prowl to be, but
yeah. Exactly.
Does sound right.
Go to bed, old man.
Fine.
I can read the chat. Now.
I see how it is.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Well.
Oh. Yeah. There you go.
Prumblebow.
Yeah, there you go. So I think we've got Well, just so that it's here enshrined in the video, let's so I put a Bumprow Bowl reel. That's not right. It's canon now. Crumble Bowl.
Crumble Bowl.
Bumbrow. Crumble Bowl.
Bowl.
Crumble Bowl.
Hey, those are two real words.
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee. Oh, I love it. Bumblebee.
Oh, Bumblebee. 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 There. Oh, I kind of like that. Prowlbee, which again, I like that. You got you idiots, and
hey, that's not one of them.
No, that is certainly not one of them.
Aaron, that doesn't fit the naming convention at all. Grow up.
No, exactly. We can't get out of here without at least touching on some of our favorite bits, some of the things that we seem to have stumbled on organically that we have created throughout the show. And Mikel Andrews actually wrote a list of several of them. But yeah, it's so do you want to read the list? Do you want me to read the list? How do we want to tackle
the
this?
list here? We have just I don't know, I'm calling them bits or just running jokes, just stuff that came about organically. And that to me was the most fun of this whole show, is what just popped out of us viewing it. And I think this list encompasses it. So for example, number 5, the fate of Mrs. Fanzone. That came back and forth a few times.
What happened to that lady?
Right away, we found out he had a wife. This is the first time I heard about it. Never again. Never again.
Yeah, that incident with the captain's wife.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that sounds like an Oscar-winning film, by the way.
Yes,
the incident with the captain's wife.
I like that.
Yeah, it's like a Mel Gibson movie, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
The conspiracy.
I hate machines.
right here. The conspiracy of Comrade Kid.
Oh,
I don't know how I never saw this before, but the undertone of the whole show, maybe.
Yeah. I think Lita still has because really, I mean, I don't think we had even talked about Comrade Kid, even though we had seen him before. Right. And then that's one of the cool things about bringing new people in that are also noobs like myself. But she was so taken aback by she's like, wait a sec, yeah, the costumes and stuff, but can we talk about how there's a kid that's just straight up Soviet Union?
That's right.
I'm like, yeah, how about the baby from episode 2? There's a baby? So yeah, it's fascinating. A random quick behind the scenes thing also, because I think Matt commented on it a few different times, but the music that I use for the Comrade Kid theme is actually the theme from the Hunt for Red October. It's called Hymn for Red October. And I picked that specific piece of music for a very specific reason, because it has the exact phrase Dos Vidania in there. It's in a lyric or something, they sing it. And I just remembered that was one of the things Lita had said. She's like, Dos Vidania, that means goodbye. So I just I always thought the two were intrinsically tied together. So I'm a huge fan of the conspiracy of Comrade Kid, and I hope that we've not seen him for the last time. So that's good. The conspiracy of Comrade Kid.
Yeah, and then another one stemming from the Lita episode, Incel Optimus.
Oh, geez.
We had to go there.
Watching
right in the middle of the list.
Yeah, he's watching Jordan Peterson videos and having a yeah. How did we land on that? Because the amount of mansplaining, he mansplains,
wrist grabbing. We haven't
that's
seen this
right.
amount of risk grabbing since Sunbow. This is like an epic level.
Yeah. Speaking of pronunciation legislation, Aaron, I'm just frustrated that you are pronouncing owl as bowl. I don't know what that means. Owl, bowl.
Yeah, like instead of owl bowel, you're saying owl bowl.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, this seems like some scourge level legislation.
Scourge.
And well, it's funny though, because like
I'm scourged right now.
I look at it as two different things. So it's like if I'm talking about the blue guy that was Thundercracker from Transformers the movie, that dude is Scourge because that's how Orson Welles refers to him. But whereas the character from Rise of the Beasts or the guy the evil truck guy that's not Nemesis Prime that I got from Ross, that's Scourge. So I look at it as two different affectations and two different pronunciations because that's, you know, it's like a data situation. You know, his name isn't Data. You
Or
know,
a Han. We have
there
that
you go.
in
Yeah.
Star Wars too. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so now I need to go back to our Prowl B legislation to figure out where that fits in. So Incel Optimus, watching a healthy diet of Jordan Peterson videos and Joe Rogan podcast and probably subscribed to the Daily Wire as well. Probably likes the Ben Shapiro barf.
Right. He's middle left.
Yes.
That Optimus. And also, okay, so number 2 on our list, and I really love this one. Theater Kid Megatron, the dramatic, murderous. He's been compared to Dr. Smith from Lost in Space.
Yes.
Just very dramatic, very good at playing this role of the victim, and plus he's also at the same time pretending the Autobots are his friends. There's just a lot of drama going on, a lot of acting.
Yes.
And you know, the hardest acting, as we've learned from Kylo Ren, it's when you just have a mask on. You can't do any facial expressions.
Right.
He does all the acting right there.
Yep. Yeah, it's so good. I love that performance so much because it's so hammy. It threads the needle of ham and menace. Like, you also, from that same performance, buy that he is absolutely the most terrifying being in the universe. So like when Optimus has like the glistening anime eyes when he emerges at the end of Megatron Rising Part 1, you believe it because despite being melodramatic, like, oh no, if only I had my new body and stuff like that. But like when he turns it on, you know, you believe it.
Yeah.
And you believe how scary he is. Right. So, I mean, again, terrific performance by Corey Burton. But
well, and maybe even what we've been talking about, how this one of the scariest Megatrons, and what Apollo was saying, comes from that lead up of, you know, just kind of a softie and sort of hamming it up this whole time. And then, oh my gosh, this is what he was the whole time. There is something scary about that transition.
Absolutely. Now, before you reveal your number one, because I want to make sure we give it its proper time, and I will have an honorable mention as well. But like, I want to go back to the chat because both Abbers and Matt are still hanging out with us. But so Abbers, the question is, does he still have a wife? Referring to Captain Fanzone, to which Matt posits a theory that I would like to share. Theory, Mrs. Fanzone left Captain Fanzone for a machine, explaining his hatred of machines. All he hears is, he's like, this is why I hate machines. So
yeah, he does get very upset at that phone at one point. So we can only speculate.
Yeah, so
That's
mad.
A great
so
theory,
mad.
Matt. Thank you.
Yeah. Abbers, I like Matt's theory. I do as well. I think it was a robotic marital aid or something like that. Because you got the
Mother's little helper.
Oh no, because like again, and I go back to this very specific scene in Transform and Roll Out where Isaac Sumdac is talking about his machines, and you see that one scrubbing robot go into like scrub out toilets and stuff. Surely there's a vibrator robot. There has to be. I mean, I'm sure he's reversed engineered like a real Jude Law gigolo robot situation here. I'm positive.
I think that's actually the first thing he did, but they just don't talk about it because it's a kid show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like if
he's a kid, what was he, a teenager when he found Megatron in the field? Like he just
like job
that stuff.
Yeah, like first things first. Can I fuck it? Can I get it to fuck someone else? It's like, yeah, just right away. Just like that is like priority one.
Just needs something that vibrates while he's in the bathroom telling his mom to hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I get it now. I understand.
It all
probably
tracks.
Endless parade of robo boyfriends. This is why I hate machines. Okay. All right. Whew. That was again, that's what happens when you cross 4 hours. Yeah, good stuff.
Right. All right. So finally, my number one pick of this, if I may, was and I have to say I picked this one because A, it was hilarious. B, it was a great running gag through the whole episode. And C, I never saw it coming. We didn't discuss this at all. There was nothing. It was the most pure born bit of the whole season. It just came out of nowhere and we ran with it. It was the fact that Nino Sexton was the hero of that whole episode, and his sack of lobsters that he was freeing in the very first scene of the show.
He's a liberator.
Yeah, he's one of us. He's a hero. I just thought that was so great.
Absolutely, and that's the most fun I like to have with stuff like this, because like I was recently listening to Autopod Decepticast. Their latest episode is like a Ask Me Anything type of thing. They haven't got to my questions yet. I'm told I'm the closer, so that's I can't wait for. Apparently, there's going to be some spicy controversy when they get to the question of like is Beast Wars G1, because like a little bit of context. I asked them specifically as a time capsule because they haven't gone through Beast Wars yet. So I was like, before you get into the show, answer this now, and then when you get on the other side of the show, answer it again. So apparently the answer that they gave in the episode, I haven't gotten to it yet because it's a 3-hour episode, so I haven't gotten there yet. But I know the Mike Seibert effect when you imagine it. But during that conversation, they were talking about other shows that they would cover from the 80s. And it doesn't matter the shows that were brought up, like though Ryan really wants to do Gem, and I would check that out. But I think one of the things that they talked about is the capacity to make fun of the show, because like if you go through a show that is consistently good, there might not be as much meat on the bone. And I couldn't help though but get self-conscious about what we're doing here with Two Mics, because TFA is very well loved and very well regarded, and there really isn't a whole lot to, I'm doing air quotes, make fun of.
No.
So in a sense, we find our own fun by coming up with stuff like, maybe Optimus is an incel. Maybe Nino Sexton was the hero the entire time and we just didn't see it. Maybe this little kid with Soviet Union on his hat is the wellspring of all of New Detroit's issues, like what happened to that dude's wife, all these things that we're just organically figuring out. Right. But I think that's where we have our fun with it without specifically making fun.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So-
I am a little concerned because I love Beast Wars so much. I think it's some of the best sci-fi writing in the entire, not even in Transformers. I just think it's some of the best sci-fi writing in the history of storytelling. And if they're looking for that goofy, wacky, bad animation, screw up, plot holes, ain't gonna find it there, folks.
I will be fascinated to listen along with them, because I think what will happen is I think they're going in expecting one thing, and at
Yes.
some point it's going to surprise them.
Yeah, truly. That's gonna be that is what I'm listening for too.
Yeah. And obviously there are some landmark episodes. Like I don't know if I can even begin to imagine what the Code of Hero episode is going to be like.
Oh boy.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
it's like I don't even have enough context to be able to formulate a vision of what that might look like. So
It's your bi-weekly minute by minute weeping
Yeah.
during the whole thing.
Exactly. So and I think where we kind of make our hay is in the underappreciated. Like I still think Beast Machines is probably the direction we're going to go once we get through TFA, because it's so polarizing. Like, I mean, I'm interested in watching Transformers Prime. I'm not so interested in doing it in this style.
Right.
Because I think I just want to watch it and enjoy it, because apparently it's so good. So it's like I don't know if there's those things for me to really latch onto. It and be surprised in the way that I've been surprised here with TFA, like, with the wacky human villains and all, the different takes on beloved characters. It's like there's a lot here for me. And whereas I don't, quite frankly, as good as it is, I don't know if there's as much there for me, air quotes, with TFP.
Yeah, the connective tissue between animated and Beast Machines is A, Marty Eisenberg, B, polarizing content. I mean, there is something there. There is sort of a spiritual successor there.
Yeah. And that interests me. And kind of, and we've joked how Two Mics here has become a Marty Eisenberg cast. That kind of thing. Cause like, you're talking about like doing Danny Phantom at some point and
right.
and all that. So I don't know.
I would spin it out if we could. I would just cover everything Marty Eisenberg has done.
When we get to the end of this, we should probably reach out and see if he wants to do an interview or something.
Yeah. I'll have to just butter him up every show we do until he'll be interested in that. And it wouldn't even be any kind of service. I really am a fan of Marty Eisenberg and everything he's worked on.
Well, I'll have to take like a web capture of like this conversation and then just send it to his people or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, so let me take a look at the rundown real quick. I think that's the end. I think
we did a lot. We did some good work here.
I think so. Well, after 4.5 hours, I would like to hope so. Have you had a good birthday?
I have, and thank you for softening the blow of 40. We got through it. We got through the full day. Now it's just a Wednesday. Now I'm over it.
Just a Wednesday, my dude.
Yeah, it's just a Wednesday, my dude. Exactly. I can move on. I can move forward.
So yeah. So I don't know if we're going to do another episode before we get into season 2. I think we were kind of in jest, joking, talking about like Too Furious Christmas or some such like that.
Right. It sounds good. Title wise.
Yeah. A Too Furious Christmas. I think or something like that. But yeah, and it'll probably be after the first of the year. once the holidays are officially over, that we'll jump back into season 2. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's like, it's interesting. We had planned to do some stuff, and then we also left the flexibility to chat with our friends. And now we're here 4.5 hours later, where we weren't sure if we were going to get through everything. And unfortunately, I knew we had way too much, but I guess what I'm saying is it feels like there's appetite for this. That like, with folks hanging out with us in the chat, folks jumping on here. I've said this before, but I think we got something here. I don't know. You want to keep doing it? You want to do another season?
I would love that. Yeah. Yeah,
Terrific.
please. Especially because season 2 has so much. The things I've wanted to tell you, Mike. We have so much to talk about.
Man, I just hope that some of those spoilers get resolved, because like it's too difficult. I mean, it's to the point where I've seen things that I don't know what they are, that like I think I know what they could be, and I'm like, no, shield your eyes, don't think about it, that kind of thing. So it's like it's getting difficult. So
Yep, absolutely.
All right, friend. Well,
it's been great.
Before we part ways for now, one last check of the chat. I like how Abbers an hour ago said they were going to bed, but we love that too. The next seasons are great! ! And again, shout out to Abbers and Matt and Aaron and Apollo and Matt again and Alpha Magnus.
All the people that fought through disease to stay awake with us.
Oh my God, so much disease.
Yeah, so much illness.
And Classic Daniel weighed in on the chat like 4 hours ago, back when it was still your birthday, and said happy birthday. I forgot to put that up on the screen. But anyway, so shout out to everybody who participated with us. This was a ton of fun. We will certainly have to do it again sometime. But Mikel Andrews, any final parting thoughts before we get the hell out of here?
Live life to the fullest. This is my contemplative state as of 40.
I like that. That is.
No one's ever said that before. I think that was me. I think that was unique.
I'm gonna roll a tear, dude. That is
that down.
That is that's deep, brah. And yeah, so I guess that will do it for the Two Mikes Too Furious Uncontrollable Birthday Bash live stream. My name is Mike Seibert, and
I'm Mikel Andrews.
And you are Mikel Andrews. And until next time, make good choices.
And eat some pizza.
Good night.
Good night. And good morning.
Yes. Or good evening. Or good morning the next morning. Or
ho G show. Santa Claus reference.
No, it's good. It's good. Or good day to the aliens that are finding this as the last remnants of humanity, who are listening to this thousands of years from now. During the kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, they find like, what's a podcast? Ook, ook, ook. And it's like, oh, it is a good day.
If you find the golden disc, some people get that reference.
That works a couple different ways. I love it. Goodbye, friends.
Adios.